Oh my goodness, I have people staring at me already. That'll get you, that'll wake you up. If you were currently asleep. Welcome everybody, thank you guys for being here, Soka. Mr. Shot, appreciate you guys being here. Alright, I have some quick pre-game work I need to do. If I'm a little flustered, I kind of got home a little late. Oh, framey. I got home a little late and I'm still trying to get situated because I feel like I basically got home, got everything booted up at the last second. I'm gonna have to grab some of this equipment back. But I want to empty my inventory real quick. Just for a second. Nice. You have a thing on Sunday morning that keeps me out, and normally I'm back before noon. But today was not that day, and so I feel like I've been just trying to get caught up. Do I need any of that? I don't really. I don't even really need an ender chest, but I'm going to take one with me just on the off chance something goes horribly, horribly, terribly wrong. Okay, is there anything else? I don't really need that stick here. You can go there. I do have these. Feel like I should try and give myself as much shulker space as I can. Hey Aldi, nice to see you, my friend. I'm just telling Soka and Miss Cheese that I'm getting situated today because I just got home, and so I feel like I'm kind of behind the 8 ball today. That's full. It's not funny, and yet that nickname is kind of funny. Starting to stick a little bit is what I'm seeing. Do I need any of this? No. All right. I am going to make a quick trip back to home base because I've actually made pretty good progress over the last couple of days. If you were with me on Wednesday, I was up to the bottom of this structure. So the bottom of, I should say, like this floor here. So I've got this built up. But I'm low enough on Blackstone that I want to go ahead and refill my Blackstone. Which I should have done before I started playing, but Oh, so framey over here. Does get better once all the chunks load, but only just. I gotta make some tweaks, I think, on this system. I don't have an ender chest over here. No, I don't. Okay, I thought so. So it's actually good that I brought this. Thank you guys so much for being here, by the way. I appreciate it. I've been blown away by everyone's efforts to help me grow and to help me get affiliate, and it's just been great, and I really appreciate you guys for that. Okay, how far back do I go? I'm actually starting to get a little bit of block anxiety about it. I mean, I'm doing okay still, but... Hey, Lark, thank you for the host, my friend. Thank you so much. Welcome in. I appreciate it. It's a bit chilly out. I heard that your area is going through a little bit of something cold. Yep, another survival build. Yeah, there are a lot of feathers. I will, I'll be returning to that shortly, Lark, since you're new. I'll show you what I've been working on. I spent about 2 months in the overworld when we first got 1.16 up and running. This is a family server. It's primarily my son and I who play at this point. And I keep losing track of which chest I was in. And so we spent about 2 months in the overworld, you know, getting geared up, getting the equipment. And then I moved into the Nether and started working on my long-term plan, which was a big Nether base. My son has his own plans. He has kind of an overworld / Nether base that are the same build in both places, but they're palette swapped. So in the overworld, it looks like it's a dark Nether base, and then in the Nether, it's going to look like it's an ice base. So it's kind of a fun idea. So hard to get that. There we go. But for now, like I said, I am trying to raid my Blackstone stores. Because I emptied them all on the other side. But since you're here too, Lark, if you're here for a little bit, I'll give you a quickie tour. I know we kind of mentioned that I'm more of a technical player, or at least historically I've been more of a technical player. I enjoy the redstone and that side of Minecraft a lot. So a lot of what's in my overworld is technical. You know, the necessary farms you need to start living your life. Okay. Oh, it is this chest. Just had bad aim. It's fine. All right. It should be that. Awesome. I'll take you on a quick tour. This bulk storage here. So when I started on my build, I cleared out a basalt delta, and I kept everything up to a point. At some point, I basically said I'm never going to need this much basalt. Probably that point was a lot more double chests after, realistically, I'm going to need that much basalt. So I have a lot of blackstone. I stopped collecting basalt and netherrack at some point, where I just said, you know what, this is ridiculous. But I do have, like, most of these chests are that. Some technical stuff here, actually. No, let's put this in my ender chest. I don't want to run the risk of losing anything. Let me make sure these all are full, by the way, just in case I missed. Okay. Hold on one quick second. I got a BRB. Just 2 seconds. Sorry about that. My gaming setup is right by the front door, so whenever people come in and out, it kind of messes up my flow. I broke a block. All right. So the meat of my farms. So my base is above, obviously. Cleared out 4 chunks underneath my base. I have a scare-based iron golem farm. The pillager has been disarmed. He does the Bobby thing so that the villagers can sleep, which is necessary for them to actually do the iron golem cycle. There you can see that they're popping in and out. They're actually popping in and out of bed, but you can't really see it. But they get spooked and they drop their iron golems. The iron golems take a trip to the iron golem spa, the iron golem hot tub. The iron golems love the hot tub so much. I've never seen any of them ever come out of the hot tub. See, there's a new candidate right there. And he goes in, and he's warm, and he's happy, and he sinks under the lava, and then he just stays there. I don't know. It's mysterious to me. And then other than that, sorry, it's a little framey down here, guys. My base is super framey lately. Too much stuff going on, I guess. And then below this is a happy fun place. Oh, it's probably nighttime. That's why the villagers are sleeping. Yeah, so I don't have a lot of creepers down here right now. The top of my world is not loaded very well. But it's a cat-based creeper farm. So many ways to make a creeper farm. I don't have the right blocks to do what I want to do here. That's fine. I don't know. I kind of enjoy the mob mechanics the best out of all the ways you have to do creeper farms. So, big spawning platform, 4 happy kitties, ready and willing to scare the creepers. Not a huge farm. As efficient as I could make it without... I didn't light the overworld very much, so at night the efficiency drops. During the day, it's really about the only spawnable space right there. So it cranks during the day, and then at night it slows down a little bit. But to be honest with you, I have more gunpowder than I can possibly use at this point. Everything funnels through various water pipes up into one central tube, and they get sorted above. Boring old cactus. Not completely lossless, obviously, because I keep finding these as I come in here. And that didn't make it, so there you go. But, oh, that's a lot of cactus, wow. And I still didn't make it. Fail. One last time. This time with feeling. Anyway, bottom of the world, top of the world, cactus farm. Jeez, more. Go. I use cactus in my smelting. So cactus is kind of an important item for me. I use it in my XP smelters for repairing tools. Hi, Misty. Welcome in. Just giving everyone a quick overworld tour. Most of what I'm doing is in the Nether right now. But I'm in the overworld collecting items, so I figured I'd go ahead and show everyone the overworld base. This is the backside of an item sorter. It's really exciting. Sorry about the framiness. My FPS drops every time I come into this area. Anyway, all the bulk storage ends up getting collected here. You know, iron golem farm. I have a bunch of iron blocks over in bulk storage too. My gunpowder farm is overflowing. In fact, it's overflowing the overflow chest right now. Anything that is compostable gets composted. Pumpkins and melon farm up above, just your standard piston punch design. Nothing too terribly exciting. The cactuses get funneled down below. I'll show you that in a second. Also bamboo gets funneled down below. I have hoppers collecting those. Bamboo farm, it's your standard observer piston brake farm with a little modification that I added. I stick a dispenser on the bottom of the farm so that when the observer trips, it will trip a dispenser. And sometimes that bone meal growth will be enough to re-trip the observer. You kind of just saw it there. Sometimes it's not. But it gets caught in these like little mini loops basically, and while it's in the mini loop it just generates a little extra bone meal, so it's like a little extra shot of bone meal, or a little extra shot of bamboo rather each time. Just kind of helps make the 16 spots a little bit more productive. I can also, there's a full automatic mode if you're really desperate for bamboo and you just need it to churn. Sorry, that's kind of loud. Oh, hey, look, it's daytime. The bees came out. Hi, bees. Welcome. I have a lot of bee drops, unfortunately, or fortunately. I don't need that much bee stuff, but I have it now, so it's fine. Also, guys, by the way, just feel free to ask questions or feel free to stop me if I gloss over anything you want to see in more detail. Just a small villager trading setup. These guys are my major source of XP besides the actual XP furnaces. I can trade pumpkins and melons. They've all been trained, specially trained, to provide the best prices. Also, important food source. But, you know, just a few villagers just to get the basics. This is my favorite Fletcher. Most of my Fletchers are kind of useless at this point. I don't need to trade with them anymore, but this guy's my favorite Fletcher. Actually, I have an infinity bow, but I still carry the arrows of harming just because a little extra punch. Not that it helps against undead, but, you know. But, you know. I have these little channels here. I had a trainer. I had an incident in one of my last streams where the trainer and I had a disagreement and I had to fire him. So at some point I will return. I'll get another trainer, but that's a special tool that he would use to help train the villagers to lower their prices. Eventually I'll get another one in here. Honestly, this trading hall is kind of static at this point. I don't need to add capacity. If I ever had to replace somebody, then I would need somebody. I would need to, you know, reduce their trades again, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. These guys are just... They're constantly in a standoff with each other. Oh, they hugged. See? Train. These two, they've had their struggles. Most of the time they just stand and stare at each other, you know, ready to fight. But every so often we get to witness a moment like this where they're being tender, and it's wonderful. It's just wonderful. Smelting room. These are my primary modes of repairing my tools. Again, the cactus comes down here. It should be bamboo, but I probably ran low on bamboo, so I supplemented with kelp blocks. But these are set up so that it's the exact right amount of cactuses smelted, so that if I have a tool down at a durability 1, I can just yank this green dye and it will bring the tool all the way up to full. No coincidence that I have 8 pickaxes and I have 8 furnaces. Super smelter, also bamboo powered. Basically, I have a whole bunch of bamboo stock down below here. Super smelter can do probably about 10 shulker boxes worth of smelting before the bamboo runs out. I thought about making it bigger, but so far I've been okay. It's gotten me by. And then the only other... Oh, there's 2 other things, I guess, that are interesting down here. These are 5 slime chunks. They're slabbed, because while I was digging them out, I got enough slimes that I don't need slimes right now. But 5 slime chunks in a row. Every single one of these is a slime chunk. It's actually slabbed to prevent them from taking up mob cap. And then just a basic kelp farm. I love that you can put kelp on anything, so if you need kelp, just a quick little thing to get some kelp. I love kelp as a supplemental fuel because kelp blocks are really great. So I'll come back down here in 1 second. My son and I spawned actually over in the middle of the ocean over there. I like ocean spawns just because you don't have to worry about treating the area. If you want to build a farm at spawn, it's ready to go, and you don't have to worry about any persistent mobs at spawn because it's in the middle of the ocean. I mean fish, but whatever. We washed up on this shore. We chose this area because we hadn't ever really done much in an acacia biome. So we picked this spot, and then we plopped our base down. It looked different than this. This is a little bit better than it worked. And we started building, putting our stuff down, you know, early game stuff, and then we discovered that there was a persistent noise down below. I thought, well, there must be some caves really close to the surface. I have the hardest time getting down bamboo sometimes. I mean, spoiler alert, you can already hear them, but discovered this little baby right here. 10 blocks below where we actually built our starter base. That was a real happy discovery. So obviously made a skeleton grinder out of it. And so I just have, we've had an early game source of XP. The doggos help complete the journey the skeletons take. These guys are at a half heart, so you can just punch them. Every so often you'll get a dude with Thorn's armor or Feather Falling, and the dogs will take some damage from the Thorn's armor. So I have extra dogs. But yeah, it's just kind of an early game source of good stuff. Some extra armor. Some extra bows. This is actually where all my bows have come from. I haven't enchanted a bow yet. I've just combined the bows that the farm gave us. Bows for dispensers. And then I take all the skeleton drops. Oh no, Soka, that is genuinely sad. You're right, Misty. Kelp blocks are fun to build with. Sorry, I missed that message. They're just kind of a unique texture and they line up really well. Soka, I hope you find that beacon box. That's not something you want to lose. All the skeleton drops come in, and I was going to build in the Nether, and I thought, oh, ouch. I thought, oh, I'm going to build in the Nether. Surely I need a lot of bone blocks. As it turns out, I don't need that many bone blocks, but still, I do have. I've been stockpiling bone blocks. Maybe, Misty. I mean, at this point, I know a decent amount about the mechanics of the game, and like I said, this is kind of where I've lived. I enjoy the technical side of Minecraft. It's one of the things I get the most fun out of. I'm a IT person in my real life, so I kind of lend myself to that. I have a non-stackable item store. This is an El Mango deal. So I put the armor into this chest and the bows into this chest, and I actually use the bows to smelt the armor. Early game, there you go. Early game, it was great for extra XP or for equipment. I don't care so much about it anymore. Or a good source of gold and iron too, so. Yeah, I mean, that's the weather fight you gotta have though. So, anyway, all the early game nugs are here. As you see, I don't really need the nugs much anymore, but anyway, yeah. So you kind of missed it, Misty, when I first got here. My son and I spent about 2 months in the overworld, getting like ready for what our bigger plans for the game were, and then I moved into the Nether to work on the build that I'm actually working on that I'll show you here in a second. No worries, man. If you have any questions, Lark, I know that you were probably occupied. If you have any questions, I mean, you know all the stuff that I've done. I'm not doing anything revolutionary. Most of the stuff I build at this point, I know the technical game well enough that I can kind of riff on my own farms. If I use someone else's farm, I always give them credit for it. Or someone else's build, rather. But at the same time, some of this stuff is ubiquitous, like an Impulse SV item sorter. I mean, it's just an item sorter now. But kind of enjoyed the orange wood and the warped wood. When we first went into the Nether, it was a warped forest that we were in. So this is our humble little overworld home. Kind of like the contrast. Like I said, my son and I aren't here anymore, so I just have some armor stands hanging out, signifying that we were once here. These are all project cats, by the way. As soon as you get a village, you start getting cats, so I just collect the cats as I go. All right. So, that was a whole bunch of you guys today. Yeah, Misty, I kind of like the orange and blue too. It was one of those things that I wasn't expecting. But when we got the warped wood and I started looking at it, I'm like, ooh, I kind of like the contrast of the two. It's different. It's a lot different build for me. Starting another portal. Don't use that very much anymore because I have to use the one above the roof. My son built this. I just told him, hey, you know our block palette? Why don't you build us an enchantment room that goes along with it? So, yeah. Overall, like I said, there's not much. I just have a haste beacon for when I was digging out the chunks. Your regular old-fashioned farms. This is actually... I culled the herds a little while ago because they were contributing to the entity lag. Speaking of farms, special cow farm. We don't like to talk about that with our friend Carrot, who plays in a vegan world. I have not ever showed him that farm. Project raids. These are raid patrols who came by while we were working over here. But anyway, it's our starting dungeons where we got the diamonds from. There's a spider spawner down there, spider farm. Nothing impressive, just your normal type of spawner farm. Cactus farm, bamboo farm is super janky because, frankly, I just didn't need that much. I'm sorry. Sugarcane farm. Don't need that much sugarcane. Once you get it all set up, you kind of like run out of use for it. Oh, I should show this. I keep forgetting. Some people have seen it, some haven't. I needed some place to put my portal. This is kind of like the start of my Nether building, like one of the first sketches that I did. And ended up not using it in my Nether build. So I thought, you know what? I need something to put my portal in. So I thought I'd build this portal tower. Built myself a little basalt mountain. One of the things I like about my mountain is it goes all the way to the ocean floor. You won't find any cheap mountains here. I took my build all the way down to the bottom. It is hollow though, so it's also a bit of a mob farm, as you can see. But yeah. But anyway. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in the overworld. My son reskinned a village over there. It's orange and crimson wood. It's fun. But yeah. I have a lot of interior work to do. So I'll say this before we get to the Nether build. I'm not a builder. I'm normally a technical person. And I've struggled in all of my Minecraft... thank you, Misty. I appreciate that. I've struggled in all of my Minecraft years to build something that looks epic. And my limitation is always I'm a very practical person. So I build a farm and then I build a building over the top of the farm that is the size of the farm that I build. And so I'm always limiting myself with practical means. And this is the first time I've been able to break free from that and build something because it looks cool and not worry about the practicality of it. But that also means a lot of my interiors are empty right now. Hey, Chef, welcome in. Soka, I'm glad you found your beacon box. So, like I said, I got interior work to do, and I'll get around to it eventually. But for now, it is what it is. So, let me take you to the big bad base. It'll be a lot less framey here. I mean, where did he come from? That's what I want to know. He can't spawn in the Nether tower. That whole area is slabs and it's lit on the bottom. That's fascinating to me that he's there. I'm gonna check my health. A few more technical things just because we're here. Zombie pig farm, or gold farm, more accurately. There's nothing special happening here. Again, if you know, maybe, if you know how zombie pig farms work, this isn't anything remarkable. They spawn on these platforms. They want these eggs. They tried to get these eggs. They can't. They fall. The only thing I really kind of... This isn't really anyone's farm so much as it's just using the mechanics of the game. It looks like a bunch of people's farm, but I didn't really follow a tutorial. The lava there obviously doesn't hurt them, but it resets their fall. So the guys that fall from the top platform have the same fall height as the guys who fall from the bottom platform. So, you know, it's an AFK-able farm, but it's also super loud. Let me know if that's too loud, by the way. All things Java confuse you. You know, Chef, it'll take a little bit. Anytime I've ever watched anyone playing Bedrock, I get confused. So if you have questions, I'm sure that Lark or myself can help with clarify like the mechanics of the game, especially if you knew how things worked in Bedrock. We can help clarify like what's different in Java. But this can be a manual farm if you need it to be to get the extra drops. I mean, at this point, I haven't been at this farm in a while because, frankly, I don't need. Stair placing is going to be strange. Yeah, among other things. Anyway, I should put a shell around this, but to be honest with you, I don't normally decorate technical builds. It just depends. Let's see. I know it was nighttime. What are the chances it won't be? Bridging backwards instead of forwards. Yeah, I'll take you. One other thing that's worth looking at, probably. I'm a little concerned about being nighttime when I get there, so I'm going to have to... Yep, it is. Let us get in a bed quickly. Okay. Let me clear the mobs real quick. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I just want to make sure that nothing is... This village I'm about to show you is... that's overkill, but that'll work. This village I'm going to show you is really vulnerable to being at nighttime. So I just want to make sure that there's no incidents. This is a happy little village. You'll notice that there's an abundance of one type of villager over the others, for the most part. These are every enchant that I need in the game, basically. And a few I don't really need, because I don't really need Quick Charge 3, but hey, I have it. So this is in lieu of them all being in my trader hall. They actually just live over here in this village. There's an overabundance of beds, so that I can get what I need from them. But anyway, like I said, it's the only other thing that's kind of of interest besides what I'm building. $22,000 COD an hour. Does anyone need that much COD an hour? These villagers I am very kind to, Soka. You know, you've seen my trader hall. I have your standard 1x1 working space for them under my base. But yeah, these are free range villagers here. This is like a few thousand blocks away from where I live. So this village is pretty isolated. So, you know, the only other thing that's interesting over here is it's actually by Flower Forest, which is always really pretty to come across for me. I have been over here to collect things. I've explored a lot around the world. I didn't spawn in a plains biome, so I had to come around like this area to find beehives, for instance. But yeah. All right, so let me show you what I'm working on. This guy has been such a pain. I don't know why he keeps insisting on being here. I need you to go back to that portal, dude. Can we agree on that? If any of you were with me last time I showed that village, he followed me through that portal last time. I genuinely have no idea how he followed me that far. It's not like the portal's close to the village. But whatever. I like to use the nether mushrooms, by the way, as ceiling markers. It's kind of a low-tech way of marking things. That's a stronghold. There's nothing important over there. It's your standard run-of-the-mill stronghold. didn't do anything other than go kill the Ender Dragon and go get shulkers. One of my kids prefers to build in a mushroom biome, and the closest mushroom biome in my world was 13,000 blocks away. So we got them there, and then I ended up building, this is, I think, 4,000 blocks. I'm not going to take this whole trip because this will take forever, but... Oops. I have to go catch it. But this goes all the way over to there, so if they don't feel like flying or whatever, they just want to chill out, you can kind of just hop in a cart and take the long journey. Check your phone. But there's a little automated rail system here. Look, Ma, no hands. You get to the end, boop. All right, so I feel like I've delayed it long enough. This is the big build. This is what I've been working on since early summer of last year. This is just the center tower here. It is a super cheap diagonal piston bolt. It's exactly what it is. So I came in, originally this basalt delta looked a lot like this area over here, where there was a lot of stuff that was kind of low to the ground, and then as you went back, it merged into the ceiling. Originally, I was thinking I'm going to build within that biome, or within that build, or within the structure itself, I guess, of the biome. And then as I started working on designs, I realized that that's not what I want to do. So I tore the biome out. So I came in late fall. I just ran out of rockets. That's fine. Came in late fall and I cleared out this entire biome. That was fun. To help accomplish that, I used a lot of beacons, which were some of my early game grinding. Let's grab that. I did break all that bedrock, in fact. So cleared out the basalt delta all the way down to lava lake level, pushed it all the way down to the bottom of the bedrock, or bottom of the nether, slabbed it so that I wouldn't have to see any more of these stupid things. These are my nemesis. If I never saw another magma cube in my life, I would be okay with it. Like anyone who's ever cleared a guardian farm, you get kind of sick of the guardians. I don't need to see any more magma cubes. Bleh. No one needs that garbage anymore. Built a little Colosseum-esque wall around the outside of it, and then started working on some designs for what I wanted to build in this space. I know, Lark, I know. That's the whole point, though, is I'm trying to prove that that statement is untrue. That was my whole point with this. Yeah, someday. Not anytime soon. As I started working on sketches for this area, I realized that I was doing my sketches in the overworld and wasn't thinking about the nether ceiling. And as soon as I remembered the nether ceiling, I'm like, crap, how do I reduce my sketches to work underneath the nether ceiling? And after trying to find ways of compressing it and just being completely unhappy with it, I thought I need to remove the nether ceiling. I just have to do that. So I did a deep dive. It actually was January 1 of this year. I did a deep dive on how to do it. I knew it was possible. I've seen it done. And I started off doing it by hand. I got very comfortable with the mechanics of how bedrock breaks in Minecraft. And I cleared about 3,000 blocks and realized that I didn't have enough TNT, and I didn't have enough time to do it. So I turned to the technical community, or I'm going to be avoiding it. I turned to the technical community who had some spectacular bedrock breakers. So most of what I ended up finding early game helped me like kind of make a dent in it. And then as I started breaking more and more, I found more machines, specifically the Mechanist server. they've got a massive nether breaking project on their roof, and they had some machines built, and that's ultimately what saved me. What was going to be a 5-month project, it is easy, Soka, you're right. What was going to be a 5-month project turned into a 2-month project, which I could not have done without the technical community. So I do. In fact, I have YouTube videos and links in my YouTube videos to the machines that I used. But that's actually why I have Litematica Lark, is that a lot of them provided schematics. And I realized real quickly that building like from a reference image was going to be stupid. And I saw that they offered a schematic. So I thought, I'm going to learn how to use Litematica so that I can cut to the chase on that. So yeah. If you're interested, I can share them, or I can share the sources, whatever, whichever you'd prefer. But I have all my, let's see here. Bedrock remover, big machine, BR remover, compact 4-wide bedrock remover. The Zyor, this one's the best. That's the one I ended up building in the end that saved me, but yeah. That's what helped get the job done. Anyway, so yeah. This is survival Java. Everything I broke in Bedrock, all the Bedrock I broke was using survival Java mechanics. And like I said, the technical community saved my bacon. So this is not the full design. This is the center tower here of the full design. It goes all the way to the bottom, all the way from the bottom to the top of the world. I have to slow down. I'm talking really fast because you guys are all here and making me nervous. This is the full design. This is what this whole thing will look like. Sorry, it's going to be framey while it loads. Whole lot of transparent textures. There we go. That's a little bit better, but not much. See, Lark, this is why I was asking day one about using spigot or paper, because I know specifically paper has broken some of this. Well, has fixed some of this stuff. And so that's one of my questions was like, I know how the mechanics kind of work in Java. I'm curious how much paper is going to affect what I know, you know? Yeah, see, the duping, I don't normally dupe. I did TNT duping for these machines because, like I said, I couldn't make enough TNT. It would have been impossible. So I broke my own rule on duping for the TNT dupers. But normally I don't dupe. And it's one of those things that if we all wanted to allow it, you know, it makes sense to dupe concrete and gravel, especially because that's a grind. But dude, Chef, thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. This is it, man. This is the full build. This is the biggest thing I've ever built. I mean, it's nowhere close. I've never come anywhere even remotely close to this. These towers are all a duplicate of each other, but they're detailed enough that I'm pretty happy with how they turned out. This tower, actually, these outer towers were why I realized I had to break bedrock, because the design I had went up to, I think, right about there. And I'm like, there's no way I'm going to compress all these different sections and make them work. I just can't do it. And then once I broke the bedrock, I went hog wild. The center tower ended up being the tallest tower in the structure. Yes, you can do that. I can also help too, but yeah, that's it. Litematica is the mod. So yeah, so this is the crazy build. This is what I've been working on. This is, honestly, this is what got me over the hump of streaming finally, because I'd streamed a couple of times. But this is something that I thought was so interesting that I wanted to share that I thought I'm going to go ahead and stream this. So this build is why I'm here and why I'm with you guys. So, but yeah. Yeah, Aldi, I'm kind of the same way. I don't know that I'd refuse them. Like if Lark is doing it, and Lark sets up a shop. My next build in the world is probably going to be concrete heavy. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's kind of where I'm leaning. So I don't know. I refuse to use it, but I know me personally, I prefer not to do. That's just my own personal preference. There are plenty of things that I do that other people look at and would say, well, that's not allowed. I'd be breaking bedrock for one of them. But I try to keep within a certain confine, and not duping is one of those things normally. But like I said, oh, that's right. Like you actually mentioned that. You said that basically it would just be a server resource, which I really kind of appreciate that. Because again, concrete and sand, concrete making, sand and gravel is such a grindy project. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, same Soko. Usually if I build some machine that requires a TNT duper in it, I'll retrofit it so that it actually has a TNT dispenser in it. That again, just personal preference, but yeah, anyway. So this is one of my favorite areas on this build. I love this walkover. This is how the outer towers connect to the center tower. And I love that it's open. I mean, this base is meant to be an Elytra type base. I don't know. I just love how open it is. There's a lot of glass in here. It's actually one of my favorite corners of the base, and it kind of happened by accident because I needed a way to connect the outer bases to the center base. So, but yeah. I have a little bit of lore I'm working on for this place. I'll try and give you the short version of it. I haven't built any interiors yet, even though I sketched some. But basically, the denizens of this world are powerful, obviously, and they've learned how to harness lava. And so in the subfloor down here, there's going to be a machine that's turning lava into plasma, and these beacon beams are reflecting that plasma that they've created. And then in this room here, I'm going to have it set up so that there's a machine that starts to turn the plasma into a power source. And I'm going to take that power source and I'm going to end up piping it around to the rest of the structure. Probably using some armor stands to do that too. But this is your good old-fashioned Minecraft fog effect. I have lava in the middle, and then I have layers of glass above it and below it to look like a kind of glowing orange plasma. This is the end of it, where this is normally not visible, but with particles on, the lava will drip, and it looks like the lava's condensed back into lava again when it's removed all the plasma energy it could. And then each of these towers, there is a portal. And because of the distance in the Nether, these portals are far enough apart that in the overworld, they're like 800 blocks from each other. And my plan is to do a civilization on the other side of these portals. And those civilizations will all worship whatever it is that built this structure. Not sure what the designs will look like. It may be influenced by this. It may be completely different. I haven't figured that out yet, but that's a long road thing. Yeah, I do too, Chef. I like the default spooky Minecraft music. I appreciate that, Aldi. I'm kind of the same way too. It's something that, oh, sweet. That's awesome. I'm actually kind of glad to hear that. Can I say that representation is kind of important to me, and I love how many of the feminine persuasion that we have on this server. We have a solid number, and I apologize if pointing that out is a little weird, but I'm conscious of it, and it makes me extraordinarily happy. That's something that I feel like doesn't always get well represented in Minecraft communities. So since I have a mic in front of me, I just wanted to say that out loud. I really appreciate that we've got so many amazing people here. I've had a chance to jump into a lot of people's streams over the last couple of days that I wasn't familiar with, and this is such a fun group of people. I'm so excited about this. I really am I'm beyond myself with how excited I am. Thanks, Missy. I hope so. Yeah, I'm a good team player. I'm looking forward to this experience. You know, and collaborating and contributing and all that. Cool. Yeah, absolutely, Soka. That was great. I love your build. I love how you've leaned into the whole avatar thing. And I love how you've implemented a lot of the avatar. I mean, it's just kind of fun. As I've talked to Aldi about before, like lore is one of those things that I really enjoy adding, and I'm starting to do it more and more as I build, just because it kind of helps inform my choices. And it helps. One of my problems with creating is that the canvas is blank, right? And how to even begin choosing shapes or colors. That's where I struggle. And it's like, a lot of times I use reference images. Aldi and I have both talked about the, I forget the term. It doesn't come readily to me, but we've talked about that inability to visualize things. I have that. I cannot visualize things very well, but I use reference images to help like guide me sometimes. But also like having a lore helps that too. Cause it's like in one of my previous worlds, I built a fire village, and it was basically because I wanted to do some kind of reddish tones, which I normally don't use in my builds. And so I decided that they worshipped a fire deity, and all the builds were kind of patterned after the warmish tones. And that choice of that lore just completely changed how I ended up building the village. So that's something I enjoy doing. And I don't know that I'd ever want to get full on like RPG type, like what New Dream Server does, but like a little bit of light RPG is kind of fun, you know? So anyway, all right. So if you guys have questions about anything, please feel free. Oh, Aldi, not Aldi. I've shown you this, Aldi. I'm going to show Lark this. Let me show you something that I think you'll appreciate. It's not this. Not this. Not this. This is not what I know. Go away. Are you going to leave me alone? Okay, he's going to leave me alone. Nope, he's not. Let's find where I'm looking for. Here we go. So you guys see I have 9 beacons here. And the beacons were absolutely essential for what I was doing here. Again, I'll remind you that this is 100% survival Java Minecraft. But if you want to see hacks, I got some hacks for you. Agreed, Soka. Totally agreed. This is how I survived building in this biome. This and Sweeping Edge. Because these guys are a consistent pain. So I have to eat periodically, just because my food saturation does go down. That magma cube is going to make me unhappy in a second here. But I pretty much can live indefinitely in lava. In fact, I have video I'm going to put out here shortly. There are times that being on the surface of the basalt delta, once I got it shaved down to lava level, was intolerable. I mean, there were so many magma cubes on every square inch of the build, and I needed to push it all the way down to bedrock, and there were all these big lava lakes. So there are times that I would just sink into the lava lake without any fire resistance, because I didn't have that many potions, and I would just build, I would place gravel underneath the lava lake, swim around in the lava lake for hours, filling it in with gravel, just because I could. So anyway, that whole magic is a combination of equipment, which, by the way, durability is not an issue. You see my durability is reduced, but that's because I kept getting hit by magmas. A little fire protection here, a little fire protection here, a little fire protection here. And then, believe it or not, but the protection 4 on my chest plate helps too. And then the regeneration and resistance beacons make up the rest of that. So I have, oh, this is the other thing I was going to show. This is a little bit For those of you who do long play worlds, I am on day 24,000 in this world. 24,600 now. And I have... Where is... I've played... Where is it? 91 Minecraft, or 91 real life days. I don't remember what it is. It's over 1,000. This is why magma cubes are my mortal enemy. I've had to kill 76,000 of them. They only got me 12 times, which I'm delighted because I thought that was going to be a much higher number. I was sure that was a much higher number. That's how much basalt and netherrack and blackstone I had to clear out of this delta. So I was working on it. And this is how many netherite pickaxes I broke before I finally broke down and gave myself the ping tool from Vanilla Tweaks. Because I'll be digging out and then I won't be paying attention and then all of a sudden, clink, there it goes. I think so, Lark. I think so. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I won't tell him. Anyway, guys. So, yeah. So, I'm going to go back to building because I've got a long ways to go still. This is where I'm at on this tower. This tower is actually coming up pretty fast. Yeah. I'm more than happy to continue chatting. I mean, it's obvious to chat. Sorry. I'm so tired. It's been such a long day. And I kind of skidded into like, oh, I'm home. I'm going to stream in 20 minutes. And I feel like I'm recovering from that. Anyway, it's easy for me to babble on when I'm showing you things, but I'm happy to chat about anything and everything you guys want to chat about. Thank you for the follow, Ellery. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. All right, let's grab these. The whole point. I'm a little worried about that slab. I have no idea where that slab came from. I think I broke something on accident. Oh wait, hold on. Where am I at? I'm in the wrong spot. Something doesn't look right to me. I have to put these stupid things up on the wall because it doesn't take much for magma cubes to spawn in this place. Because their spawn spaces are so restricted elsewhere, even a 1x1 space with enough air blocks around it will let those stupid things spawn. So I have to put these up on the wall, otherwise they themselves will spawn magma. All right. There you go, refilled. Item scroller mod? I don't know what, I'm not familiar with that one at all. Ellery me, I don't know that question's necessarily appropriate in specific terms. I am in Southern California in broad terms, but where are you from? It's fine. It's just one of those things. From Colombia. Ah, okay. That actually that contextualizes the question a little bit better. So now I understand kind of why you would ask the question. Let me switch back, by the way. So my eternal problem is inventory space. Because even as much as almost this entire build is one of two types of blackstone, with all the different shapes and all that, I have a real hard time. I have a hard time with inventory management, for obvious reasons. Oh, you know what? I don't need to carry the extra... Oh, that's actually good that I accidentally did that. That would have been a long walk back from the overworld. I had forgotten to do that, which I frequently do. All right. Move items in inventory, single click. Oh, you know what? I saw you doing that in your stream, and I almost asked you about it. I saw that you were able to, like, just kind of sweep through and grab items out of your inventory. I thought that was really interesting. Tweakaroo ends up filling your hand hotbar. I don't mind. I don't mind middle click for refilling. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. That might be interesting. That might be interesting to look into. I attempt to have my inventory organized, but usually by the time I'm done building a section, it's completely a mess. But I try to start off that way anyway. Yeah, and one of the things about Litematica, if you're familiar with it, you can actually do pick block from the schematic. I turn that off just because I'm a little sensitive to using Litematica. I think some people might look at it as being kind of cheaty. And so I reduced all of the elements about using Litematica that feel kind of too helpful. Pick block just felt like, even though I have the item in my inventory, the pick block just felt a little bit too cheaty. So I actually have all that stuff turned off. I have to maintain the inventory myself, and I have to place the right block in the right place, and it's just a limitation I imposed on myself just to make it feel like I'm obeying standards, convention, rules. I don't know. Whatever. I wanted to tell you guys about this in the Discord, but last night I was watching Elaine on stream, and oh, no worries, Misty. And Elaine was moving pandas last night, and somebody called it the Panda Express. And at one point, someone noticed there was a chicken in the minecart with the panda as it was rolling back to her base. And I made a joke about, I like chicken from Panda Express. And once the panda got back to like land, I begged Elaine to name the chicken Orange, so that it would be Orange, the chicken from the Panda Express. And if any of you are not from America, that may not make as much sense. So I'm hoping, I had to peace out last night because it was late, but I'm hoping she did eventually name that chicken. I decided Elaine was good people too during that stream. Not that there was any doubt, but that was fun. All right, I am going to start punching some verticals here because this is a giant section of that. So I'm going to do that right now, which means most of my blocks are going to be the wrong kind of block for what I'm doing, which is fine. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end of that. Okay. So yeah, since we're all here, UK here, sure. What I'm thinking of doing, I was trying to find a biome, and at first I was actually looking at some of the tundra biomes that we have. There's one that is actually close to the normal spawn of that seed. May even be so close as to be considered at that spawn of that seed. And then there's another one that's to the southwest. But both of them are kind of out of where you guys are looking at. Not that that's a problem, but as I was looking, I was like, I don't know if that's what I want to do. And then I remembered I wanted to do an airborne base. So if you guys remember Tango's season 5 base, he built that Nether castle in the sky that was held up by some, you know, kind of energy thing that he made up, and then underneath was a decorated. He basically brought the Nether to the overworld. I don't want to do Nether, but ever since I saw him build that, I thought I want to build a sky base. Like, I want to build something that lives and exists in the sky. And my initial thought was to do something kind of modern space age-ish, in which case I'd be doing a lot of concrete, which I've never built a ton with. And then my second thought is to do something like out of Castle in the Sky. If any of you are familiar with that anime, Castle in the Sky is where Minecraft actually gets its golems from. The golems will hand poppies to villagers. That comes from Castle in the Sky. It comes from that anime. And I knew that. I had read that a million years ago, but it happened to be while I was digging this base out, I watched Castle in the Sky, and I saw that moment, and I just about lost my stuff because I was like, oh, that's right. I remember this. I remember reading about this. So when I actually witnessed that, I thought it'd be so cool in Minecraft to do a Castle in the Sky build and have the iron golems up there. So I'm leaning towards the more modern space age one, just because, like I said, I kind of want to build with concrete and do something different there. I'm kind of overbuilding yet another castle. I feel like almost all of my builds have always been castles. But anyway, those are the two ideas I'm going with. Slime in nether blocks everywhere. Yep. I was kind of always a little sad that Tango never finished that build. I mean, he did a lot. There was a lot of that build done. But, you know, I kind of wanted to see where the rest of that biome was going to look like when he finished it. I just thought that was such a cool idea. Oh, interesting, Soka. In the one that I was in yesterday, and the one that you normally play in, or is this a different one? By the way, this is my patented method for getting up and down builds. I just jump off the edge and fly into the side of the block and slide my face down it. It's effective. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's interesting. I find a lot of anime has some pretty interesting designs when it comes to I don't know, things that kind of spark my imagination anyway. So that makes sense. Gotcha. Oh, so slabs. When I first started doing the design, I was just using whole blocks, but I knew I needed to use slabs to, like, this build is unspawnable. So everything that you saw is either built at a half slab height, or if I had to build at regular block height, I treated it so that it was unspawnable. Usually a pressure plate, because they're almost invisible. But I didn't want this nether base to be spawnable at all. So as I was going, I was kind of using slabs a lot, and I started getting a little bit of block anxiety when I realized how many blocks this thing was going to be. So I decided that I was going to start being a little cheap. If a block doesn't need to be a full block, because it's not visible as a full block, then I would just use it as a slab. So about halfway through my actual build, my designs switched almost over exclusively, I knew I was going to miss that, to using slabs. And so in the schematic at first, I had a mixture of like half whole blocks and half double slabs. But then as I started building, I realized that I don't want to have the inventory space for whole blocks and slabs. I'm already having hard enough time with inventory management between the various block types I do have, that it just made more sense to me to carry slabs. And the only time it's convenient is like right now when I have to place a massive amount of slabs and I keep running out. But otherwise, the rest of the time, it saves me a lot of trouble because I don't have to have inventory slots taken up by hull blocks and inventory slots taken up by slabs. So that's the reason. It's not a great reason, but it makes sense to me. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and make myself a little bit more room because I don't need these other blocks right now. And I keep having to go back up and down a lot, so. Doot doot. But yeah, that's fine. Hey Elaine, welcome in. I appreciate the lurk. Welcome. Hey Elaine, I was telling everybody about how you should have an Orange the Chicken on your server. I hope that that happened last night after I signed off. Promises were made, Elaine. I told you, I will pay or redeem whatever I need to make Orange happen. Oh, it's still unnamed. Okay. You got distracted. About the time I left, you were being raided by 1 million people. So you were like doing server tours and all kinds of stuff. But I will definitely hold you to naming it. I mean, that's normal. That's just a streamer brain problem. You start off doing one thing and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and now you're doing something completely different. And you're lucky if you remember the first thing you were doing. I love these vertical spaces in my build because they just kind of go by a lot faster. It makes me feel like I'm making progress faster. The more detail I have to do, the more block switching I have to do, and it tends to bog me down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Let me do a quickie. I'm just going to do a quick, I'll give you the nickel tour, as Lark called it yesterday. This is what I'm working on. Oops, sorry, frames. The transparency ruins me. This is what I'm working on. This is my Nether build. This is the largest thing I have ever done in Minecraft, and it's not even close. So this is what this is my big Nether base. Center tower obviously is done. That took me about 4 weeks to finish. It goes from just above bedrock in the Nether, past the bedrock ceiling, all the way up to build height in the Nether, which is still a thing, by the way, in case anyone's ever wondered. And then I've started working now finally on these 4 outer towers, which are, the outer towers are the same in all 4 corners. So making good progress. Most of my interiors, I didn't really mention this to everybody earlier, most of my interiors are blank. Like I said, I have a lot of interior work to do. Some of that's going to be informed by the lore, but like I have some floors sketched out. Some of them more or less complete than others. Like in a lot of places I just have scaffolding up to show where the floors are going to go. But then I also have entire sections of this build that are 100% not. Like this area is completely blank right now. So I have a lot of interior work to do. I'm going to figure out if I want farms, if I want massive halls, if I want storage. Like I don't know. There's going to be a lot to do. But part of me building this was getting away from being practical and just building in a massive scale. So, you know, I'll figure it out as I can. Hey, Alley-oop, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, nice. I'm curious how it's going. Did you, are you following anyone's particular build on that, by the way, Lark? Or did you just kind of freelance it? I am a little bit of a, well, maybe Elaine, I want to be more of a lore person. As I was saying earlier to everybody, I feel like lore helps me focus on building. It helps me make decisions. Where I struggle with building is like coming up with like what colors, what shapes, what ideas, and lore helps me shape that in a way that makes sense in my brain. Thank you, Alley-oop. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. I'm pretty sure I saw you last night. Were you in the Lane stream or were you in Lark's stream? No, I don't remember. I think it was the Lane stream. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay. The dots are connected. Not kind of freelance? Cool. What kind of Guardian Farm, Lark? Is it a bubble one? Is it a just a regular old spawning they fall and die one? I built the I think it was Nembomb who came up with that plus design that you make out of redstone blocks. Wow, that was a cool farm, but boy, that was a pain in the butt. Mostly to collect the redstone blocks, but that was a fun farm. But then I also did a bubble farm later. Bubble, yeah. I love the bubble farms. I just think that they're a little easier to build, maybe, and entertaining. Farm has 2 chambers inside the monument that get pushed into nether portals, killed by drop height. Okay, cool. And drops in the overworld. That's something I have not done a lot of. I'm never too fussed about efficiency. In fact, I've said before, efficiency is kind of a bad word for me when it comes to farms. Because my view on it is efficiency is important if you're a technical builder and you're trying to show off a technical build to other technical people. Like efficiency is an important word. But I feel like El Mango and Psycraft has created a generation of players who think that efficiency is king. And the reality is, as long as you get enough blocks or enough drops for what you need, it's efficient enough. And there's a certain amount of creativity that gets lost when you're trying to build the most efficient design. I mean, there's creativity that goes into the efficiency, but sometimes you want to build something that just looks or operates differently because it just fits in better with your aesthetic. You know, so I haven't done a lot of like cross portal building of farms. I know I get the principles of it, but like I just haven't found a need to actually move the mobs out of whatever portal or whatever world they're in, rather, all the time. Sometimes I have. I built, Nembomb had a passive mob farm that he came up with that actually pushes the passive mobs into the nether to get them out of the mob cap every 20 seconds. That was a fun one to build, but anyway. You're with me, Elaine? Yeah. I love efficiency. I do think it's important. My creeper farm in my base, I went through and caved the crap out of my area so that if mobs can spawn, they can only spawn in the on the top of the world. So at night, I lose some efficiency, and that's just because I've been too lazy to run around and throw torches down on the top of the world. But during the day, when nothing can spawn in the top, nothing is spawning in the caverns around my base. So efficiency was important, but now I have too much gunpowder. I mean, I have way too much gunpowder. I have way too much gunpowder. I thought I was going to need it because I thought I was going to need the TNT, and then I didn't end up using it, so... Yeah. No, and that makes total sense. Again, like I said, like the key for me is, do you have enough blocks for what you need to do? And obviously there's definitely a time and a place for saying, I need to ramp up this production because I can't be waiting for hours for blocks to generate. So that makes total sense. Yeah, that's very true, Misty. That's very true. I'm the same way. I want to understand the mechanic so that I can make intelligent choices about how to deviate from the mechanic and not be a slave to it. You know? So, hey, Doug, nice. Welcome in, my friend. It's good to see you. But yeah, that's kind of my philosophy on farms, and it's going to be different. So, I haven't done a SMP before. This is going to be a new thing for me. I've only ever played with family and a friend or two. And honestly, at this point, most of my family doesn't really play much anymore. I have a family server, but it's really just my son and I that play on it. So I'm really looking forward to playing with everybody, and that's going to be an interesting challenge. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate the host. That's going to be an interesting challenge because I'm going to have to ramp up scale on some things so that I can sell things or supply things to other people or whatever. So that's going to be an interesting challenge for me. Passive mod farms to see if you build a skyscraper around it. I mean, you kind of can, yeah. The one that Nembom came up with, it's a crazy big complex, and if you've seen the video, you'll remember it because it was like made out of rainbow glass. It's a really fascinating little passive mob farm, but I've always been kind of enamored with when X made the mushroom farm underneath his season 5 base in his volcano with the Johnny. I can't think of the name of the pillager that's underneath there that actually killed them. I don't know. I thought that was kind of a fun design too. I think that's one of my reasons. Like X tends to know enough about the mechanics to know when he's making a choice to be different from them, and that's kind of where I gained that thought and that inspiration from. Is like, yeah, you don't really need to always make the farm look like exactly like Ilmango designed it, you know. Bat farm, best farm. Oh, I've got those. My the 4 chunks I dug out underneath my base are a creeper farm, an iron farm, and a bat farm. Which is actually not as handy as you might think, strangely enough. The answer was yes. I'm excited. I obviously haven't seen some of you play too, so that's going to be really interesting. Like I said, I've tried to chime in. Lark was playing yesterday, so I got to see what Lark was up to. Elaine was playing last night, so I got to see what Elaine was up to. So I'm really looking forward to seeing like everyone else's style. That's going to be a lot of fun. So I don't know what. I'm still trying to figure out like what I want to try to sell. I mean, farmable items make the most sense, but I'm also like trying to set myself up. And if I build with a lot of concrete, I need to figure out like where that's going to come from, but I'm also going to build in the sky. And if I build in the sky, I'm going to have different considerations for different types of farms than I would normally do. So it's going to be an interesting challenge to figure out like how to simultaneously start building in the sky, but also set up some sort of a farmable thing that I'm willing to sell. That's going to be interesting. Fire resist potions. If that's another comment about magma cubes or magma creams. I have a lot of magma creams. I saved a lot of magma creams from doing this work. And I have more magma creams. Like even accounting for making magma blocks from magma creams, I have more magma creams than I ever could possibly hope to do with at this point. So I don't even bother saving them anymore. But I do like fire resist potions. If I hadn't been working in the Nether since August of last year, I probably would carry a fire resistance potion on my hotbar just in case. But at this point in time, I don't fear the lava anymore, so, which is not a good thing. One of my recent deaths was because I ventured out of my area of my 9 beacons and discovered that zombie, or not even zombie piglin, regular piglins are still really dangerous when you don't have a chest plate on. That was a fun reminder. Right? I tell you what, Soka, I do love the early game. I love starting over. I love the possibilities of a brand new setup. But it takes me a while to adjust to no jump boost, no haste, no speed boost, no elytra. slow tools. That's like a good week for me to adjust back to like the normal speed of things. It's very bittersweet. Very bittersweet. You're absolutely right about that. Douglas, you still kicking the server you play? I mean, that's kind of brilliant, if I'm being honest. I'm confused you're selling magma creams. No, I understand you're saying that. I get what you're saying, and I get why. But unless I can find a way to import them from my world... Wasn't for the discovery of EV. I'm missing what that acronym is. I get that, Lark. I tend to, once I get a beacon in an area, it tends to live there unless I have a compelling reason to move the beacon. But honestly, like for this build, I don't need haste much anymore, but it's still here. You know, I still haven't completely eliminated the possibility. I shaved these sides down after I cleared the bedrock ceiling. Originally, the walls went straight down from the bedrock ceiling, and I hated it. Oh, thank you for the host, Alley-oop. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anyway, after I hated how close the walls were, I needed room to breathe on the bottom part of this build. So I ended up running around the top and shaving the walls back. But I might actually push some of these walls back farther and try and get more of like the surrounding neighborhood in. Which case I'm going to want that haste beacon again. So efficiency 5. Efficiency 5 is great. I told this story the other day. As I was building, or as I was digging, I kept coming across this weird thing that was inconsistent about Blackstone. So everything with haste 2 and efficiency 5 is instamine in the Nether, or at least in a basalt delta. But every so often I'd come across this Blackstone that was not instamine. Those are empty, right? Yeah. And it was bugging me because most of the time when I came across Blackstone, it was instamine. But of the 3 blocks in the basalt delta, Blackstone is the least common. So I kept thinking, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it's a glitch in the block. Maybe instamine works like some of the time, but not other of the time, because Blackstone is a new block. You know, I was actually all set to do a bug report on Mojang for it. And then I realized after a bit of digging that it always tended to happen in the same areas of the map. And I thought, oh, it's a chunk error. Well, it turned out one of my beacons was not set to haste 2, it was set to haste 1. And Blackstone is not instamine on haste 1. Basalt and Netherrack were. So that's why Blackstone would occasionally not be instamine. And it took me forever to figure that out, because it was just one beacon out of the 9 that was set to it. And as long as I had the other beacon effect in place, I wouldn't have noticed it. Yeah, that was entertaining in a way. All right, is this one too? I think this one is too. Yeah. Oh, I have a question that just occurred to me. How many of you are using the spyglass in 117? And how many of you are just using Optifine Zoom? Because I'm pretty sure I'm an Optifine Zoom person at this point. I hate it when that happens. Nice, Doug. Nice. I applaud that. Puns are approved of in this channel. Puns are welcome. Remember what I was saying about spawnable? There's not much spawnable here, but these dudes, man. There's like these little smooth blocks. About 9 of them are spawnable. Oh, you don't know anything about? Yeah, the achievements for sure. Chaos Ninja, thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate it. I am Team Spyglass. Hold on one second, guys. Quick BRB. Sorry about that. Oh, Chaos is a member of our family, extended family. That's awesome. Welcome in. Thank you for inviting some more friends. That is going to go that way, so let's go this way. I've been an Optifine person for a very long time, and to be honest with you, the cheaty zoom key, as X calls it, it's just so essential to me. And I'm kind of with him that the problem with the Spyglass is if it can't be keybound, then it's going to be inferior to the cheaty zoom key that Optifine provides. I can appreciate the Spyglass, and I don't know that I can completely let go of Optifine zoom. I mean, that's fair, Lark. That's cool. We like sloths and creepers here, so. Yeah, no, I know. That's just what X calls it. I've always enjoyed that description of it, the cheaty zoom key. And Nisty, it's interesting you don't know a lot about 117 blocks. There's a lot of new blocks. It's going to be really interesting. A lot of new textures to play with. I mean, you don't have to have Optifine installed. I came up in a time when you had to have Optifine because Minecraft was so underperforming and glitchy on a low-powered computer that Optifine was necessary to help make the experience more playable. That I don't think is even remotely true anymore. And I got used to the cheaty zoom key, so and Optifine is required for certain things. Like I believe Litematica uses, or Replay Mod, one of the two. I don't remember. One of them wants an actual Optifine library, so. Early snapshot, just not the newer stuff. Gotcha. Shaders, yeah. Shaders in my world don't look great because Nether tends not to look great. I was playing with shaders when I first started because the overworld looked nice. But shaders in the Nether, there's a lot of tweaking to do. And I know, Aldi, we've talked about that. You've reduced the red light, which helps. I haven't yet to play with that yet. But plus, they tend to add the fog back, which I use Optifine to get rid of the fog. So it's like, it's such a garish orange light, and it's just so... Yeah. That's one resource. I mean, there's a bunch. There's a bunch of shader packs. Oops, that's not the right place. I've tried a lot of shader packs. That's actually why, Aldi, I was asking you which one you used, because you've tuned it so that it looks nice. Kuda had been my previous favorite. I do have a bootleg copy of the Seuss one, which I honestly don't really like. I kind of tried it out just to see if like I want to jump in and support his Patreon, but so far I'm not liking his shaders. But I do have the BSL one too, and I just haven't gone in and done any tweaking to it. But you know, Continuum is usually my favorite shader. In the overworld, Continuum looks great out of the box. I don't like the Continuum has like a pinprick sun, which I don't like at all. But other than that, I generally use Continuum. I also realized I upgraded all my mods the other day because I was still on an old version of Optifine, and I forgot that I have a building box outline. They have a new version of this. It used to be a resource pack, and I just used to keep it disabled, but now it's actually built into the menu, so that's fascinating. I haven't done much with it. I haven't tried it out with the update, but and then Elaine, I have Dramatic Skies, but I have an old version of it, so I don't know if it works. I haven't tried it. But I noticed last night Elaine's using Dramatic Skies because the moon and the sun and the skies look so much nicer with Dramatic Skies. I just haven't used it actively in a while, so. Catch up here a little bit on chat. You like the fog, Misty? I don't. I do and I don't. I like the atmosphere of the fog, but as soon as I want to build and I want to see, the fog gets annoying for me. Especially with this particular build, the fog would be unbearable for me to be able to see what I'm doing. So I like not having the fog in because of Optifine. Oh, well done. I am farther behind than I thought. Let me catch a little bit more up. Performs better with Optifine. Yeah, Eileen, like I said, I think it's still probably true. I haven't not run Optifine in so long. I don't know how bad it would be without Optifine. So, you know, Sodium Switch. Yeah, I don't know much about Sodium yet. I'm still Team Optifine right now. I think I will probably start with when we start streaming on the new server. I'll probably actually turn shaders back on once the mods all catch up, because that's a thing. To intentionally fit the music to the build. The music that you hear, by the way, is just Minecraft music, Ali. I could run my stream beats. I could run stream beats music, but I kind of like the default Minecraft music, and honestly, I don't listen to it very much. It's not supposed to be a copyright issue, but I mean, I've seen Twitch flag things, so I don't know. But anyway, it's just the Minecraft music is all it is. Plus some of the fun ambient effects as well. BSL shaders, yeah. I need to play with the BSL shaders to do the red tuning that Aldi did, because I kind of want to just see how it performs. Black screen showing. Oh yeah, it is totally. Hold on. I used to have it turned off. Hold on a second, guys. My I feel like the shaders may have broken my screen here. Give me 1 second. You have to dig into the guts of OBS. Nope. Do. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Okay. Okay, that really should work. So I'm curious why that's not working. Oh. All right, let's solve this. Well, I think we'll solve this. We'll find out.
Is that cute? Really? You think so?
I don't find a lot of reason to use those, but I do have them. All right, bear with me, guys. I'm gonna actually relaunch my Minecraft real quick. I actually need to figure out one of my upcoming projects is I have a traditional soundboard, and it doesn't have drivers for Windows for like OBS and things like that, and so I found a way to make it work for OBS, but like it doesn't work for Discord yet. So I could just talk through my headphones to Discord, but it will sound like poop. So I'm going to try and I gotta figure out how to route my soundboard to Discord next so that we can actually chat. Okay, something is not right anymore, and I don't know what to look at. I have two choices. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Huh. I really don't know what happened to OBS. OBS is completely chunked on my Minecraft screen. And I don't know why. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. That's what I'm messing with. I feel like I almost feel like OBS has gone wrong because it doesn't even show my window. Like the Minecraft window looks like it doesn't exist. Yeah, I just created a brand new one too and it didn't pop back up. I've already restarted Minecraft. Huh. Don't mind the ghost people. Delete system 32. That's a good call. You're right. You're right, Douglas. I'll get right on that. I'll get right on that. You know, I'm going to try just anything. Ghost people. Don't mind the ghost people. It's fine. Nope. Doot, 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 doot. It is a haunted stream. Ever since the ghosts appeared. Ever since the ghosts appeared, it's gone wrong. It's interesting too because like all of the other elements are there. It's just the Minecraft window that has failed on me. I do have a window. I promise. I do. I do. All right. I may have to take drastic action and restart OBS. I may not have a choice. Let me try one other thing. Let me try adding. Okay. All right, that's a good start. This is not the way I want to do it, but this may work. Okay. That's not terrible. This might get me going for now, actually. Let's see, move down. There we go. Yeah, this might work for now. I mean, I'm going to probably have to relook at OBS when I'm all done, though, because for some reason the Minecraft window itself just went bye-bye. So now I'm just doing a full display capture. No worries, okay. This will work for now. I'm doing a full display capture instead of just the Minecraft capture. It should be the same basic idea. I just don't know why the Minecraft window won't render in OBS anymore. But that's okay. I suspect it's just as simple as rebooting OBS. I think when I loaded the shaders is when things went wrong. And I did add newer versions of like Optifine and all that other stuff too. I also realized I never turned on my replay, which is not the end of the world because I'll just have to use the raw file, but I will go ahead and turn that on. Just because it'll make my life a little easier down the road. So yeah, I gotta figure out what I want to do, what I want to sell. And what I'm going to build and where I'm going to build. Since I'm building in the air, I kind of figured I could like park near you guys. And it seems like you seem to all be in the northwestern corner of the map. So I thought I'd grab a little piece of the sky near there, probably. But probably over an ocean more than likely. Doug, Blackstone, but 1000% zoomed. I'm using I gotta pay for this stupid license for XCam. It does a pretty good job of background removal. But when the people walk behind me, they tend to look like little ghost people. So well, it's not completely officially announced yet, Doug, but there is a new SMP starting sometime around 117 that may or may not be related to some of the people who are in this room here. But probably does relate to some of the people in this room, more than likely. It does remove 99% of ghosts. It just depends on how badly they want to manifest. Like if they have like past traumas that they need to express, then they'll tend to manifest more. Picked out a place for a base. I don't know if it'll be a starter base or a real long-term base. That's kind of the joy though, Aldi. You get to like start off with it and build what you got in mind, and then this is good for now. Maybe it's your summer base. Yeah, I'm a little cagey about it just because we don't have a lot specific to point to about it, Aldi. And that's not, I don't say that as a criticism. I mean, there's a lot of work to do, you know, getting everything up and running. So that's the only reason I'm being a little cagey. It's hard to point to specifically to a this is what we're doing thing. I mean, I'm excited. Too excited to like completely be silent about it. So I'm glad we're at least all agreed that we'll talk about it. But yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's going to be a fun group of people. Besides the idea of playing everyone being fun, like so far the personalities have been great to interact with, so I'm looking forward to it. Every little thing that we've decided so far has been like, oh yeah, let's do that. That's fun. That sounds awesome. I'm like, I love the name that we're conceiving of, but at the same time, you could call it just about anything you want, and I'd still be pretty happy with it. Yeah, agreed, Elaine. Totally agreed.
Although maybe I'll just use this voice. And I'll never have my real voice.
You have a jungle idea planned out? I mean, I would hope so. You've done nothing but talk incessantly about a jungle. This is fine. This is fine. This is totally fine. Found one of the little nooks of my base that has nothing going on. Yeah, I feel that. I went in, I loaded the seed the night that we came up with the seed and just started looking around at what was going on. And I had so many ideas, and I had some that I came into the project with, but just flying around, there are just like these little pockets of things. I was like, oh, it'd be so cool to have this here. And like I said, that ultimately became the problem, is I had a hard time coming up with one specific idea, especially as it related to biomes. So, and in the end, I'm like, you know what? I don't even have to worry about biomes. I can just build a sky base, and then my biome could literally be anything. Oh, I feel like the "this is fine" thing has been going around for a while. I told Aldi, I think I came down with it from Zombie Cleo on the Hermitcraft server. She has a very specific way of expressing it, which I always found really amusing. But yeah, that's kind of where I come by it from. I think I might run out of these. Get back in that spot. What are you doing over there? Yeah, we definitely will, Doug. That's part of what's not in place yet, is we're still getting all the pieces up and running, so that we can point to it. That's kind of what we were saying about, like, we're not trying to hide anything, and there's nothing specific to point people to say this is what it is and these are all the people, and like those are the pieces that we're still getting set up. So once those pieces are up, we'll definitely, I'll add it as a feature to all of my stuff, all of my pages and all that, so that people can see it. And then I'll talk it up in stream a little bit more with being able to point to a link or whatever. It's basically going to be a fun group of people. I think this is the last one of these. Okay, now I got bone blocks and lava. Oh my. I do have a centerpiece too. It wouldn't be, and I don't know what everyone's proclivities are on that, but I mean, web domains are relatively cheap. I'm not good with web design, But I think everything's templates nowadays, so I don't know that you have to be good with web design anymore. I used to be good with web code, but nobody writes their website in HTML anymore, so that's not a useful skill. Not as useful as it once was, anyway. I'm sure I'd be willing to bet somebody in the group would be able to help with like the design piece of it, which is the part where me personally, I would probably look to someone else to do, or I'd hack something together. Actually, that's probably what, if I were doing this by myself, I would hack something together. And I may or may not be happy with the result, but I feel like for this, we've got enough people who are creative minded that they could probably put something together. Everything is a JavaScript framework. That's 100% true. Not always a good thing either, because unfortunately, I mean, JavaScript is not invulnerable, but whatever. Don't need to get into too much tech evangelism on this stream. I've been around IT and technology for a very long time. As of July, I will have been 30 years at my company. So I've seen a lot of things happen, a lot of things develop over that time. But on the bright side, websites are super easy to make a nice looking website nowadays. So it used to be you had to pay some firm $20,000 to come up with a decent professional site. Now you can go onto Squarespace and come up with one in an afternoon. So yeah, I fully plan on that too, Aldi. I'm going to have whatever logo we've got going. Any graphics that we have besides a logo that might be associated. And then I'll have a full panel with that logo with all the links and details and all that fun stuff for sure. And at least as of right now, I'm planning on replacing this Sunday stream with that and keeping my Saturday stream being this space. But I'm also really hoping to add some more weeknights into my streaming schedule. I just got to figure out when those make logistical sense. Like Wednesdays are probably okay most of the time. But my weeknights are a little bit less flexible than weekends are for me, so. And I don't know what, yeah, well, and you should, Aldi, because honestly, I want to see that place progress. Just as a fan of yours, I'd like to see what more you do with it. So, you know. Thanks, Douglas. Nice to see you, my friend. I'm so glad you made it in. And hopefully we'll see you around soon. Appreciate you stopping by. I don't know what Mike is up to, but I don't know. I have kind of a full like Power Rangers style introduction video in my head. I doubt that's what it's going to look like, but that's where my brain went. I guess what I'm saying is if what Mike comes up with not a full Power Rangers style introduction video, I might be a little disappointed. Boop. Splat. It's hard to be on 3 servers of the current schedule of 1 day a week. Yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine so. Agreed, Aldi. Well, I like the whole change of pace idea too. I have been known to, on particular long play worlds, I have been known to like boot up a hardcore world, especially because of the inherently potentially stopping error, stopping nature of a hardcore world. I'll boot up like a hardcore world and I'll just play just to do something different for a little bit. So I like the idea of having different projects to work on. I like the idea, especially since I started working on this, I like the idea of having something completely different to work on. And I could go back to my overworld and do stuff, but I feel a little bit like if I'm on this server, I should just work on this build, because I do want to see it finished. But Mike is currently spring cleaning. He better be working on Power Ranger style graphics. Just kidding. I don't know why that sprung into my head. I think that may be the quintessential team video kind of thing. Probably where that comes from. So Misty, I'm assuming you are playing on other servers. Unless you were referring to one of us. I'm assuming you're the person that is on 3 servers. Ooh. Apparently I was hungry. And I need crunchy carrot. I mean, I have to admire its pluck. It really wanted me pretty badly to hop all the way over here. I'm gonna leave it unsatisfied. Oh, you're one of the 8-bit team. Okay. I'm not sure why you said sorry. I didn't catch a reason for you to apologize, but maybe I missed something. I think channel commands are a good idea too. I need to actually channel commands are something I need to get on. I've almost set them up a couple of times, but I need to give myself time to actually work on those in between. Excuse you. No one asked you. Oops. I mean, that was a little bit of karmic justice there, I suppose. Oh, got modded. Oh, you spam cap. Sorry. I'm still getting my my auto mod stuff tweaked properly. I apologize. Here. That's weird. I don't even see caps in that. Huh. Ellery, so I'm using Litematica. I will definitely hit you up for that, Elaine. I think I just need to sit down and do it is really the end of that. So the blue blocks that you see are a mod called the Litematica mod, and it's a schematic. Apologize, Ellery, because I think you probably jumped in after I was actually showing this place off. So this build is large, and I'm using a mod called Litematica. Went into creative basically and took about a month to flesh some basic sketches out, and I used all the creative tools at my disposal to do it. And then I made a schematic of it and I imported it into my survival world. So this is the full build. Sorry, it's going to get laggy when I load it in. So this is what the whole thing looks like. And as I build, it's replacing the blue blocks with the actual blocks. So thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, this is the blue blocks are basically just showing me where blocks need to go. And they get replaced. Or the schematic's actually cool too, because it will show you things like if blocks are missing or wrong. If blocks are missing, they're blue. If they're wrong, they're red. Those are wrong deliberately, so I know why they're wrong. And if they are an extra block, they are pink. Whatever reason in my schematic, I didn't have the base of these little structures, so whatever. And they're yellow if it's the correct block, but it's in the wrong state. So like that's a slab over there, and it should be a double slab. And it's just warning me that it's not complete. And I have it as a slab because I don't want it spawnable right now. So I'm not working on my interiors. The only interiors I have done in this structure are where they show all the way through the exterior, like this grand hall room here. But I have a lot of work to come do on these interiors, which are still being figured out. So at some point in the near future, I'll have interiors done. Someday. But yeah, this is the whole project. This is the biggest thing I've ever built in Minecraft by a large margin. I built under the ocean once. I intended that to be like on this scale of big, and it just didn't ever get there. I've built big things. I tend to build big a lot of times just because I like little Minecraft houses too, but I've built hundreds of them and I'm kind of over it. So now I'm more interested in big things just because they're, I feel like more of a challenge, or they're more interesting to me. But yeah, it is super useful. I actually picked up Litematica because, being a Minecraft noob, I'm not sure how much you know, but normally there's a bedrock ceiling in the Nether, and I cleared the bedrock ceiling, which is very difficult but not impossible to do in survival. And I did it using redstone builds that the Minecraft technical community had come up with, and a lot of them provided schematics of their build, and that was so much easier than referring to like a reference image or having it loaded in a separate Minecraft instance or whatever. So that's actually why I picked up Litematica in the first place, was so I could download the schematics and be able to build them block for block instead of having to, you know, look at another screen to do it. And then after I was doing that for a little bit, I realized how invaluable it was going to be for the second part of this project, which was actually building what I wanted to build. And so I just planned on using it to create my schematic in the end. I actually ended up using it a lot while building too, because like a lot of these faces are same. So like the bottom of this, obviously there's 6 legs down here and they're all the same, and they're duplicated on 4 sides and they're duplicated in 4 towers. So sometimes I would design it one time just to get it just the way I wanted it, and then I'd copy and paste it, which you can do in creative with Litematica. You can copy and paste things. So that's another way to use Litematica. When you're in survival mode, you're more limited in what you can do with that kind of stuff. I think if you have cheats enabled, you can do anything you want, but yeah. But yeah, it's a really handy build. It's great for the way I work, where a lot of times I just wanted to copy and paste something just so I could see what it looked like, and then go, it's too busy or it's not busy enough. And then I'd go back and redesign it again, and then I'd copy and paste it again. And just because of the way I create, it was an invaluable tool for me to be able to visualize things, and feel like I got them to a place that I liked. So this, you saw it in the full schematic mode, but there's also a single layer mode which you can control, and this is great just for seeing like what blocks you need to build next. So that's why you saw the weird little blue fringe at the top. Okay, I have the 4 corners done. Yeah, there's some great tutorials out there for it, Ali. I can't think of any of their names right now, but like there's one that you can actually see on the Litematica site that'll take you through how it works. And then for me, I had to start playing with it to even I had to play with it to internalize what I was watching in the videos, but also like there are things that they were talking about in the video that I'm like, I don't even know what they're talking about right now. So I had to start utilizing it and then go, oh, okay, now I want to understand how that worked. And I remember they kind of talked about it in the video, but it just didn't make sense. I'd go back and refer to the video. If you can't find that for some reason, let me know. I'll go dig it up. But like I said, it was on the Litematica site. Whatever the default tutorial videos were. I mean, at its core, once you figure out how to create the schematic, that's 90% of the tool. The rest of it is getting comfortable with how to manipulate the schematic after the fact. So, I mean, just if anyone's interested, this is some of these are the bedrock breaking machines that I started off with Litematica, but then you have a lot of pieces of this tower, basically. And like I said, I would like build one thing and then I'd end up copying it and pasting it, and then in the end, I assembled one final structure, and that ended up being the Nether base full. And then I have an updated version, which is me finally fixing the whole half slab thing that I was kind of talking about earlier. So, but yeah, the material list is bomb. I'm not utilizing it as much as I should, mostly because the material list is a little ridiculous for this build. Here we go. So yeah, here's the material list. I needed 310,000 polished blackstone brick slabs, which ended up being 180 shulker boxes. And it's like, I'm not going to pre-assemble that. I'll put that together as I go. There's no way I'm going to sit down and assemble that. So I have Blackstone. I bring Blackstone on site. I craft it as I go. That's kind of how it works for me. But like some of the things like bone blocks just help me to know, okay, yeah, I've got enough bone blocks. I have enough glowstone. Like I have enough of some of the smaller items that potentially were farmable items that I'd have to prepare to get it done. So yeah, it's like I said, this is crazy. This is crazy big for me. But, you know, I finally accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, which is to build something crazy big. Like push myself beyond my normal limits when it comes to building in Minecraft. So fortunately, most of what this is non-destructible. Gas blasts are not strong enough for this. There's some glass. The gas can break the glass. But yeah, most of this they can't break. They're not. The blocks are blast resistant enough that it's okay. So, but yeah, no, that would be bad. I mean, the whole thing, if you noticed, I'm not getting harassed a lot by the people who normally live here. A, because the base itself is non-spawnable. B, because as I build it, I tend to leave off with non-spawnable spaces. Like all of these are half slabs, even though they're going to be a full block later, because I don't want to have to deal with magma spawning. These blocks, which are normal block height, are enough to spawn magmas as it is. So as I go, I keep this thing non-spawnable as possible. So I need to check something here. Let me load this. It is blackstone brick. Okay, I thought so, but I wanted to double check that. Started last year when 1.16 came out. Yeah, within a week. This is a family server. Sorry if that's duplicate information. I don't remember if you were here earlier when I said that or not. It's a family server, and we usually upgrade every time Mojang comes out with a new version. And so after 1.16 came out, we took a day or two and then upgraded to 1.16. So whenever that was, last June. I know it was last June, but I couldn't tell you beyond that. So, and I'm pretty consistent as far as my play goes. I definitely play at least once a week, but usually more often than that. Minecraft is my primary game at this point. To almost the complete exclusion of all others. Every so often, I'll play another game just kind of as a complete departure. I was talking to Elaine last night about, she's talking about wanting to play Subnautica. And I played Subnautica last year. I didn't do it on stream. I just played it. And I can recommend Subnautica. That's just a fun game to play. And it's such a departure from Minecraft that it was kind of neat. But like in this particular world, oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm on day 24,600 in this particular Minecraft world. Some of that is AFKing, but not a lot of it. I don't end up AFKing as much as... Oh, that's weird. That's interesting. Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that the wrong block all the way down? It's the wrong block all the way down. Rip. I thought I checked it, but apparently I didn't. It means I have the wrong block too, right? Yep. Gotta fix that. I hate how the blocks spray everywhere. I'm on top of the block. I would think I should be able to grab it. But it's spraying everywhere like popcorn. Hold on, let me turn on hitboxes so I can see where that all went. Any more down here? Can't tell. Yep, there they are. But yeah, the whole timeline of this build has been, we started in June. I think by around August, I was starting to dig out this basalt delta. No, is that it? Okay, I think that's it. Cool. Yeah, so about August, I started digging out the basalt delta. That took a long time. Wasn't until sometime in November that I actually finished that. And then sometime in December, I started building up the wall. I got the wall built. Started working on sketches for like the rest of it. In January, I actually have a post on Twitter. In January 1, I said, okay, the nether ceiling has to go. And I actually started streaming. I actually streamed removing the bedrock for 8 hours. One of the more exciting things I've ever done. Just kidding. And that process took 2 months. And then... Okay, I need to double check this because it's driving me crazy now. And then I started working on my sketches. So it's been like every step of the process has been like one or 2 months along the way. Yep, it is totally the other one. I don't know why I thought it wasn't. That's fine. I need to see. This is a whole block right there. Okay. I do have farms. I'm mostly a technical player. Oh, wow. I'm usually a technical player. That's usually my play style. That's part of why this building is important to me. I'm kind of trying to break out of that self-defined limit a little bit by saying, you know, I am a technical person, but I also do enjoy building. So Overworld was enough farms to get done what I needed to get done. Are you super into technical stuff, Ellery? Is that something in particular that you're into? Because I would be happy to take you on a quick nickel tour. I've already done a nickel tour on it today, but I definitely don't mind showing it to people if they're interested. Oh, I did get to the top. Okay. Losing track of what I've done. Oh, I've fallen all the way. Going to my doom. It's fine. It's fine. Thank goodness for feather falling. I have yet to die falling out of this building. I have crashed 3 times. 2 times on the ground, 1 time into the building itself when I was trying to take a screenshot. And the 2 times into the ground were just plain stupid. I was just going too fast and, you know, I hit the ground too hard, but... Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll show you a little bit. I'm down for that. Let me see... No, I can just leave. I can leave my inventory as is. I'm going to mark that. It's not going to matter because I have to use the raw recording anyway, but it's fine. Oh, no, I don't need to be down here. Never mind. We'll go this way. Wait a minute. What was that? Oh, it's a magnet. Never mind. Just a standard old zombie pig gold farm. That's all this is. I got what gold I do have in the game. It's not really that impressive of a farm. It's them spawning, trying to get the eggs, and they fall and die and drop their bits. And I can turn it into a manual mode if I need to use a looting sword on. Most of the stuff, most of the farms you'll see, they're not anyone's quote-unquote design. They're my knowledge of how the mechanics of the game work that I've gained from watching people build those kinds of farms. I'm comfortable enough that I can kind of riff a little bit on the design. And as I was saying earlier, to Lark specifically, efficiency kind of is a bad word for me. Because I feel like there's a lot of people out there who've learned from Ilmango and the Sidecraft guys that efficiency is king. And the reality is, however many of a block or a drop you need is exactly how much you need. And efficiency is fine. It's good to know how to make things more efficient, but sometimes you want to build something just because you want it to look a certain way, or just because you don't have the supplies. Hey, thank you so much. Welcome in. Eyes Woko. I butchered that. That's terrible, but welcome in. Thank you for following. Anyway, so this is one of the few things I've built in the overworld since I moved to the Nether. And this was totally I need a palette cleansing project. This is my portal for the being on the roof of the Nether. I built this tower. This is one of the sketches I actually had when I first started thinking of the Nether base. And I ended up not using it in the Nether and decided this would be kind of a cool portal tower. And I decided, oh, hey, look, these guys are here. And I decided I wanted a custom basalt mountain for it to be built on top of. Vaguely Nether-ish, kind of lava-ish, like, you know, a volcano, but yeah. The one thing I will say I am very proud of is this mountain does go all the way down to the bottom of the ocean floor. I don't cheap out on my custom mountains and stop them at the water line. Although the mountain is hollow, so, you know, I can't evangelize too much. And then as far as like farms go, you can see that I have one tree. I have one. It gets a little framey over here. I apologize. With all the things I have running, my frame rate takes a hit. I have all the trees you need for building, and it's mostly just in case if I need jungle trees. I've got jungle trees here. I have a little bit in a chest, but yeah. Cactus farm goes down to bedrock. Use a lot of cactus in one of my XP furnaces. I only have the chorus plants because I recently realized that if I use end rods in my build instead of glowstone, the end rods don't create joined textures on the walls. So a lot of times places where I put glowstone, I actually use end rods now, and I needed a farmable source of end rods. So that's what that's there for. I didn't show this earlier. I'm going to turn off hitboxes real quick. Oops. That we don't talk about that. We're happy for them, but yeah, we don't talk about that. So my son and I decided we wanted to be in a savanna biome. Neither one of us had done a whole lot with savanna, so we spawn in the middle of the ocean because I like my spawns in the middle of the ocean, usually for technical reasons. And we washed up on this shore in the middle of the savanna biome. And as we parked it, this is our eventual... I hear you. Where are you? I don't see you. Anyway, this is our eventual base. This is not the base we started off with, but this is where we got to, combining the acacia wood with the warped wood. Really love the contrast. I really love the orange and the blue together as a contrasting color. So just kind of leaned into it a little bit, you know. I told my son he wanted to build an enchantment building. I said, you know, our block palette. So he actually built this. So kind of fun. These are our first nether portal, our starting nether portal, where we first went in and encountered our first nether blocks. Pillager trophies. These are all the pillager raid parties who came by while we were building. Oh, really? You haven't seen Siamese cats? I don't even know where they are. These are our project cats. So we found cats to begin with. I had problems where creepers were sneaking into my portal. And so these cats are to stop the creepers from sneaking into my portal. I died early game like 3 times because creepers were in the portal when I teleported either to the overworld or back. But yeah, where's the Siamese? There he is. There's the Siamese. But because I had villagers down below, my place would spawn cats. And if I had fish, I would catch the cat. And these are all just project cats. They're just whatever cats happen to spawn that I happen to catch. So... there's a jelly cat. If you're familiar with jelly, there's a jelly cat right there. Yeah, they're wherever I caught the cat, if I didn't have a reason to move them, which I usually didn't, as soon as I tamed them, I put them right where they got tamed. So when we first built here, kept hearing mob noises, and I decided there must be a cave underneath, so I went to go explore the cave. And when I did, I found this. They're going to be super mad at me. Now they're going to fight with each other, so that's fun. Anyway, so there's a skeleton dungeon 10 blocks below where we ended up building our base. So that got turned into a skeleton grinder. So basically the skeletons, as long as we're in our base, the skeletons will spawn. And the dogs will actually take care of them for us, so we just have a consistent supply of XP while we're puttering around here doing our thing, which is great. You know, didn't ever stress about XP. XP was never an issue. I have tributes. My son and I don't really live here anymore, but I have tributes to us. This is the armor statue data pack from Vanilla's Weeks, if you're familiar with that. So the dogs do their job there. And then farming the skeleton stuff, that gets all pushed down into chests down there, all the drops from the skeletons. A little bit of bulk storage. Nothing impressive. Farm stuff mostly. The cactus farm feeds into here, so I have all the cactus. Bamboo farm. Those two come together in another type of farm I'll show you in a second. Pumpkin and melon farm up there. I have an iron golem farm and a creeper farm down below. I'll show you those. And this is just overflow, which at this point is gunpowder. And then anything that's compostable gets automatically composted. Once these chests are full, they overflow into the composter. So a little extra supply of bone meal. The bamboo farm is my smelting fuel. So the bamboo and the cactus feed down here into these furnaces. These are XP furnaces. XP furnaces store the XP in them. And there's enough stored XP that if I have a fully diminished tool, I can hold it in my hand, pull this XP or pull this cactus out, and it'll fully repair the tool. No problem, Aldi. Absolutely. So these are tool repair stations, and there's no coincidence that I have 8 pickaxes and I have 8 tool repair stations. So this one, in fact, I yanked one of these last time I was here, so it's still in the process of refilling. All the cactus comes down here because cactus is a good supply for the XP, and then all the bamboo comes down here to smelt it. I also use the bamboo to supply a super smelter. So that's what this is. You throw the items in the chest that you want to smelt, and they spit out the top here. These guys are making a lot of noise. Oh, they're hugging again. It's so nice to see them. Usually, they fight a lot, and they just stand apart from each other, pointing their weapons at each other. But then they come together. Oh, see, they're having a disagreement again. I wish these two would get some counseling. That's fine. Standard old trading hall. These guys are also a great source of XP. Pumpkin and melon trades. If I run down the line of them and trade with them the max amount of times I'm allowed to trade with them in a day, I can fully repair one of my tools usually. So, and then other farm. Bulk storage. Down here is an iron golem farm. Oh, there you go. You saw one right there. There's 2. They make a little trip into the iron golem hot tub. Yeah, iron golem hot tub. They like the iron golem hot tub so much that I've never seen them come out. So I assume that they're very happy down there. They send me iron bars as a thank you. So it's a very happy relationship. This is a scare-based farm. The pillager who's been disarmed actually bounces up and down, and these guys can sleep, which is necessary for them for resetting their iron golem spawning mechanic. But otherwise, they're just terrified of the pillager, so they generate iron golems continuously so that the iron golems can go have fun in the spa. And then at the bottom... mistakes were made. I got too close. It's fine. I'll fix that later. I didn't expect to land there. No, I don't think I did see your iron farm, Lark. I'll have to check that out next time I jump in. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a little dangerous. But it's a cat-based creeper farm. The cats scare the creepers into the water. The creepers make a trip down to Lava Town. So. Did you really? That's funny. Yeah. I get it. They're very scary. Broke a corner of it, yeah. I accidentally flew into the side of it, and one of them blew up, so... I'll go and assess the damage. It didn't look like it broke the structure of it, like they can't get out. but I'm going to have to go down in there and do a repair job on it later. It's not a big deal. Fortunately, it's all stone brick, so I don't think they took out a whole lot of it. I'm a little concerned about the cat that may have been close by, but I feel like it was close enough to the edge that the cat's probably fine too. Is that true, Misty? That's funny. Sorry about that. I apologize. These farms should always come with a warning. Bee farm. I don't know why they're hovering down this side. That's a little weird, but that's okay. They like that flower. But this is where I have chest upon chest of bee stuff at this point. Don't go mining alone. Don't mine at night either, as the famous song once said. I do too, and that's kind of what started me down the path. Early on, I loved redstone, and I loved what you could do with redstone. And I started watching people do redstone videos. In fact, Mumbo Jumbo of Hermitcraft was one of the first people I saw who did redstone videos. And then Mumbo led me to Hermitcraft, which led me to the non-technical side of Minecraft. But also a whole bigger world of technical Minecraft with the SciCraft guys and the Mechanist guys and peeps, I should say. No, they're not all guys. But yeah, I love the technical side of Minecraft. I love knowing how Minecraft works, and I love living on the edge of the mechanics of Minecraft. Like, knowing how the game works so you can know how to build things or know how to tweak things, I guess. So yeah, that's where I started with. And the build thing is something that I'm very conscious about. It's not something that comes naturally to me. It's something that I work very hard at. But once they introduced copper, man, I am ready to wax the crap out of that stuff. I mean, I can wax copper for days. And candles, but unfortunately, that's not gonna... I don't know that I'm gonna be doing a lot with candles. We'll see. I can make candles. I don't have a guardian farm. The last world I built... Wait, was it the last world? No, I didn't do a guardian farm even in the last world. So when Update Aquatic came out, I, of course, built underwater because I am a cliche. And I built a massive underwater base, like cleared out. Actually, it was one of my first big digs where I cleared out a 100 by 100 foot space under the ocean and started building, and then eventually broke through into the ocean and brought the ocean down, and I built these dome structures. I had a guardian farm for that because I needed prismarine. So that's an idea. I do plan on getting another bee farm, Misty. Someone was asking about candles, and I thought, well, I probably will have a bee farm. I just don't know how soon I'll have it, but I probably will have a bee farm because I like the bees. I like the honey blocks, and I love the beeswax texture, although I haven't built with it much, but that's an idea. But yeah, so I haven't built a guardian farm. I did go clear a guardian temple somewhere in the middle of the ocean, but that was just enough for me to get the achievement. And did I need anything? I don't think I even needed anything. Sponges. I did get sponges from it. That's right. I forgot. I wanted sponges for something I did. Where did I put my sponges? That is not the right thing. Do I have my sponges? I may not. I don't know. I needed sponges for something I did. And so I went and I cleared a guardian temple for sponges, but I don't even know where the sponges are. Are they in a tool chest? I have no idea. Whatever. Anyway, that's why I did a guardian temple. I just cleared the temple and I cleared the sponge rooms basically so I could get the sponges. But I didn't bother building a farm. The last farm I did build was a bubble type farm. I actually went to the temple and I went underneath it. And once I cleared the guardians out, or the elder guardians, I swam underneath it and snuck the blocks, the soul sand blocks in. And then I broke the rest of the blocks, and put kelp in to fill in all the water spaces. So, and of course, in keeping with my pattern, I made it stupidly large, like it's stuck off the top of the world. I wonder if I have that. Hold on. Now that I'm using this view, I can actually show more things than I normally can. Oop, oop. Ocean mines for sponges each. You need a lot. I realize this room was 20 sponges. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't know that is a thing, then you're like, oh, I only got the sponges that they dropped. I mean, makes sense to me. This is actually kind of fun. I forgot I could show this now that I have this window. I actually shared this on Aldi's Discord because Aldi had a bubble-based Guardian farm. But these are all the last server. This is my ocean base. I'm in the right neck of the woods. There it is. That's on the wrong screen. So I have to bring that over. There you go. That's the last Guardian farm I made. And like I said, that was back when the aquatic update came out. It's a bubble based. It pushes way up into the sky unnecessarily. But I wanted my collection room to be above the ground instead of in the water. So they come up here and they fall through a lava blade, and then they fall to enough height that they're reduced down to the half heart. And it's all above water instead of being under the water. And I just did that because it was more interesting to me. Not for any other reason. But yeah. That's the thing about the mechanics of the game, though. It's like there's so many rules, especially as Mojang keeps adding more and more things. There's so many rules. It's hard to keep track of all the things that they've added to the game. Like, I've kept up with the snapshots, but I guarantee I've forgotten things about 1.17 because they premiered, 6 months ago, and I forgot that it was even in the game still, So that's going to be kind of fun when we start over. You know what's funny about that with the invisibility thing? I think at some point in time, Mojang actually fixed something. There was a bug that invisibility didn't work or whatever. I never trusted invisibility. So I used it a little bit, but I felt like I was going to get discovered all the time. And I can't remember now if they actually did. Hey, welcome in. Oh, Crazy Chef Raid. Nice. Cue Ball, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I don't know, my raid should actually make a chime, but Super Warrior, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Ellie the Guy, thank you so much for a follow. Uncle Mabel, this is awesome. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. This is so cool. Thank you for the raid, Chef. Were you having fun? Ginger Cherry, wow, this is awesome. Miss Moon, welcome back. It's nice to see you. Welcome in, guys. I was just doing a quick overworld tour. You're building a cliff. I mean, it is the Caves and Cliffs update. I feel like you don't really have to build them. The game will make them for you, but, Hey, Allie. Oh, you know people too. Of course you do. This is such a big, happy family. I love this community so much. Thank you, Super Wario. I appreciate that. I am... This stream's helping me a lot. I got to be honest with you. My numbers are close on affiliate. This stream is helping me a massive amount. And as soon as my first couple of weeks of streaming drop off, I should be there. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys are so awesome. I appreciate the support of small streamers. So yeah, overworld base. The rain drives me crazy. Clear the rain. Overworld base. There's a skeleton grinder underneath the floor that just happened to be here. when we moved in. So, of course, I set up a skeleton farm, an XP farm, really. And then I've got a couple of other technical things. I'm doing great, Miss Moon. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for being here again. If you guys are interested in technical, I can do, again, the quick nickel tour. Here, I'm going to do the quick nickel tour, and you guys can stop me if there's something you want to see in more detail. The skeleton grinder is like right underneath here. This box is around it. I'm farming the skeleton items. Thank you, Misty. No, I'm not there yet. I just started streaming in the beginning of, end of April, beginning of May. That's when I started streaming. Like I said, I did dabble a little bit before that, but it wasn't until I started doing this build. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Skeletons. Item sorting, all their good stuff, all their bits. Basic bulk storage, nothing too impressive. That's around the time you started streaming too, beginning of May. That's awesome. Also, when I'm done with the stream, I always go through, especially the people who followed, I always check out everyone's links and see who's doing stuff, who's got socials. So as soon as I'm done, I'll actually connect with all of you guys, find out who's got channels to watch and all that fun stuff. So expect that once I'm done streaming, I'll go through and drop follows and stuff. Anyway, this is where all my farmable stuff comes through, the room that it all comes in, pumpkin, melon, cactus, bamboo. I have an iron golem farm, I have a creeper farm, and then I have some overflow chests there at the end. Bamboo farm here. Hey, no worries, man. Do what you gotta do. It's real life. Oh, absolutely, Ellie. I've really enjoyed the last couple of weeks. I found streamers that I didn't know were streaming, and I've found a lot of really fun stuff. So this has been a great community for that. So absolutely. This bamboo farm is kind of a standard bamboo farm. It's kind of my own twist. It's your typical observer farm, but you just saw it work. There's a bone meal dispenser at the bottom of it that gets triggered. The bone meal will cause the bamboo to grow, and if it grows enough to reach the observer... Thank you for the subscribe. Oh, I got a YouTube person. Welcome, Andre. Appreciate it. Thank you for jumping me in on YouTube. I restream to both Twitch and YouTube. So, anyway. So the observer will get re-triggered, and it will re-trigger a bone meal, and it gets caught in like a little dispenser loop. So this farm ends up being a little bit more productive than it would be just with a standard observer piston. So the dispenser is my own little add-on to that kind of farm design. Oh, that's fair. Okay, gotcha. Well, I'm glad you found me. Ooh, my dispensers are empty. I got to refill them. But yeah, bee farm, because, you know, bee drops are good. I like bee drops. Your standard old... villager trading hall, basically. I just have enough to get me by for my particular needs. I have a good source of Mendy book and a good source of Unbreaking book. You know, I'm going to turn... I feel like my Minecraft sounds are extraordinarily loud. I'm going to drop that a little bit. Let me know if that's too quiet or if it's still too loud. My smeltering room. These are all furnace XPs. There's enough XP stored in this furnace that I can repair a netherite tool from one. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate you tracking me down there on YouTube. Don't have a lot of YouTube content yet. I'm still working on that. I've made a lot of short videos, mostly progress videos of my build, which I'll show you in a second. And a few just fun videos. But anyway, I use cactus and bamboo to make these little XP furnaces. I have a super smelter here. These two noisy fellows are, well, they're hugging again, so that's good. I'm glad that they're getting along. Sometimes they just stare at you. Up, they're fighting again. They need help. Anyway, boop. A little bit of bulk storage here. This is where I cleaned out a basalt delta. And then I have a scare-based... Oh, look. There's one right there. I have a scare-based villager, or iron golem farm. Pillager who's been disarmed. Does the bouncy in the water. These guys are able to sleep because of the break in eye line. But otherwise, they're just perpetually terrified by the pillager being so close to them. Yes, you can pacify the pillagers. Hey, noob, welcome in. It takes a lot of crossbow shots for them to break their weapon, but once they break the weapon, they are no longer aggressive. However, they are still terrifying. So they are... the villagers are scared of them, and iron golems will attack them. So that's one of the only unfortunate things. I wish they were truly pacified, but yeah. So, but yeah, it can be done. There's different things online you can find for like little setups you can set up. I ended up actually just parking myself in the middle of a bamboo forest, and there's enough bamboo around that they couldn't get me through the bamboo, but they kept shooting anyway. And I don't know, it was strangely effective. And I had a bamboo forest on the surface of my world originally. And then down here, I'm a little afraid to come down here because I accidentally detonated this farm earlier. And I still haven't seen the full consequences of it. Oh, there they are. Oh, darn it. There's a spider because it spawned... There's a spider. Anyway, there's a creeper farm below me. It's a cat-based creeper farm. And I accidentally had a detonation earlier. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to come down and repair this in a little bit. But that's okay. I was flying and I landed inside the farm and a creeper blew up. So. But... it's a cat-based creeper farm. The kitties, they spawn up there. The kitties scare them. They fall into the water stream. They take a trip to Lava Town. It's all good. And it's a bat farm. It's a very efficient bat farm as well. Oh, is he? Oh, noob. I'm so excited. I kind of wished I could have been there, but there was no way for me to make it in today. So, but I'm excited to see it when he's done with it. I'm going to have to check out on his next stream. What is up with this today? Hey, 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 hey. Where are you spawning? Nope, never mind. This situation just got a lot more hazardous. Yeah, I have some repair work to do down here later, so I'll get to that. Same, Misty, same. Totally same. Anyway, cactus farm. Just your standard old cactus farm type, but I needed a lot of cactus for those XP furnaces. Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was, noob. Yeah, so anyway, that's my nickel tour of my my overworld base. My son and I were here for about 2 months before I moved into the Nether to work on my primary project. This is a quintuple slime chunk. It's slabbed because I don't want them spawning because I don't want them affecting the creeper spawn rates. But yeah, this is 5 continuous slime chunks. I got enough slime balls from clearing out those chunks that I don't need slime for a little bit, so I just slabbed it over to prevent the spawning for now. I'm gonna have repair work to do. Maybe I'll do that later. I don't know, I feel like a little bit like I should try and repair it on stream. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. Anyway, that's my nickel tour. Overworld base, we decided to build in a savanna biome because my son and I hadn't ever built in savanna very often. So this is the base that we came up with. A little warped wood, little stripped savanna logs. Kind of like the orange and blue contrast. Kind of a different block palette for me. First Nether gate. Kind of enjoyed that too. Other than that, it's like your regular, beginning world farms, Standard old... Hi. Standard old farms. Good old-fashioned crop farms. Composter. Pumpkin and melons. One of the first farms I built was the pumpkin and melon farm. It's an El Mango design with the whole pistons that break the pumpkins and melons. The cow farm. You want to see the cow farm again? I have to show this before Carrot gets here, because Carrot's running a vegan world, and so I don't dare show this to Carrot. You guys know what's here, right? You know it's behind. You know it's happening. You seen one of these before? Yeah. Zombie, welcome in. Nice to see you. My friend Carrot, another small streamer on here, who I actually recommend you guys check out. He's running a vegan world. It's a single player world, but he is himself vegan, and he plays by vegan rules, which is a modification that he's imposing. And so he basically doesn't kill animals. He gets all his food from crops. He has some other modifications about mobs. Like, it's really interesting, but I don't ever show him my creeper farm or my cow farm rather. It is super interesting. It really is. It's kind of a neat modification of the game. If you haven't seen it, it's Casual Carrot. I would do a shout out, but I honestly don't think I have that turned on. But that's his name. If you go search him out on Twitch, he's still streaming. I think he's finishing up his stream right now. But I highly recommend to follow. He's kind of a fun guy. The stuff that he does is entertaining. And the vegan modification is super interesting. I am not playing vegan, so every time he's in my stream, I worry that I'm going to offend him. Like, see, this part's fine. I can show him this part. There's no issue with that. This is even fine. There's no objection to what's happening here. It's that he might have a problem with. So I just don't tell him about it. He doesn't know that I have it. It's fine. We don't talk about it. Anyway, so that's the overall, guys. Like I said, if you're brand new here, I am normally a technical player. It's how I identify myself for all these years as a technical player. So a lot of farms in the overworld. This is the village that my son has been reskinning. He and I actually reskinned a village after 1.15 came out, but he decided he wanted to reskin another one. So this is his design. Hey, I'm a cat. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. Anyway, he's also working on his own base over there. I don't know. I like to show it off, but at the same time, it's his to show off, and I don't completely. I feel a little bit bad about showing it off for him. Anyway, but this is the one thing that I built ever since I moved into the Nether. I came back and I built this because I have a portal up here. And I wanted something to house the portal because I got tired of running up and down on scaffolding. So I built a custom basalt sea mountain. And then put one of my Nether ideas on top of it. Didn't end up using this in the Nether build. But I was pretty happy with how it turned out. So it was good enough for my Nether tower. My portal. I have a lot of interiors I need to do. This interior is relatively blank, so I got a lot of work I need to do. Like, everything on the exterior I'm comfortable with. The interior needs an overhaul, but I'll get there eventually. Thank you, Mabel. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kat. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really pretty happy with this structure here. Let me show you what I'm working on, though. This is my actual... Starting about August of last year, I moved into the Nether. Because I knew I wanted to make another build. Don't mind the weird ghost people behind me. It's fine. I moved into the Nether because I knew I wanted another project. It's a standard zombie pig farm, gold farm. And so this is what I've been working on. This is what I've been doing since August of last year. And this is what I've built so far. And this is the whole build. Sorry, it's going to get framey while the transparencies load in. So just a reminder, this is Java Survival. Everything you see here was accomplished in Java Survival. This is the Litematica mod, if you're not familiar with it. This is just a schematic of a creative design that I put together that I imported into the world. Yep. correct, Litematica. Thank you. Went into creative and finished some sketches that I had, and then imported this over into my survival world to actually build it for real. So the creative version was copy and paste and fill commands and everything I could to like get the creative sketch done. But now I have to actually really build it. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. The outer towers are the same. All 4 towers are the same build. I'm going to run out of rockets again. That's fine. Pretty happy with how these turned out. The interiors, again, like a lot of the interiors are skeletons. I still need to figure out the interiors later. That's okay. Yeah, I'll show you the material list. It's a little bit nuts. So, and then the center tower, which is completed finally. Did that. It took me about 4 weeks to finish that. But yeah. And then this is what I've got. So this took about 4 weeks to finish. It goes from just above bedrock in the Nether, past the bedrock ceiling of the Nether, and all the way up to belt height, which for those of you who don't know is still the same in the Nether as it is in the overworld. And then this is one of the outer towers. The last couple of weeks I've been working on that. So this is my progress over the last couple of weeks. These big giant black walls are what I've been doing today. And let me get down here real quick and I will show you the material list. Yeah, so sometimes it doesn't load. There we go. So, largest item is the brick slabs. Someone asked earlier, why slabs, by the way. I don't know that there's a short way to tell that story. Because is the short version of that. Why slabs? Because. Why slabs? Because inventory management's a problem, and it's easier for me to have slabs in my inventory than have slabs and full blocks, in addition to all the other blocks I have to carry. And 2 slabs make a whole block. Obviously, it takes up twice as much space, but therein lies the issue with the inventory management. Also, this build is actually unspawnable. So I built with a lot of half slab height to begin with, so I was using slabs anyway, and in the end it just became easier to just build with slabs than to use full blocks. It simplifies my life basically in a couple of measurable ways. So yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. This is by far the biggest build I've ever done in Minecraft, like by a large margin. I'm normally, again, a technical builder, so everything I've ever done in the past has always been very practical. And even when I've tried to push myself to build bigger than practical, I only get but so much bigger. So this design is me throwing practicality completely out the window, which is why I know there's no interiors, and just building something on the outside to look the way I wanted it to look. And then now I'll have to figure out how to make the interior practical or fill it with things. So anyway, this is my big old Nether project. If those of you are familiar with Litematica, these are all the various pieces of the base that, as I designed them in creative, I did a lot of copying and pasting of elements. Like I build this floor and then I would copy it and paste it to the other floors just to simplify things. It helps with the way I build too. I'm not good at mental images of things, if that makes any sense. So I have to kind of see them to help visualize. So a lot of times I'd design something, I'd copy it and paste it. I'd look at it and go, ooh, I like that. Or that's too busy, or that's not busy enough. And I'd redesign it and I'd copy and paste it again. And that's how I kind of did my creative process. So there's a lot of pieces of the tower throughout here. And then finally, in the end, when I was done building it, I just made one giant schematic, which is what you see in this world. That's what I'm building from. So yeah, Litematica mod is great. Super, super handy for building, for sharing your builds, for getting builds from other people. I actually started off with it because I was grabbing redstone bedrock breakers from the technical community. Where's my elytra at? Oh, my elytra's okay. At some point I need to repair all my elytras. I have 2 damaged elytras and I have one that's the one I'm wearing that's okay, but you know. No world edit, actually. I did use creative commands when I was designing it. So like if I needed a big rectangular box to start with, I did a fill command. And then I'd go in and I'd alter the big rectangular box however I saw fit. So yeah, while in creative mode, while I designed in creative mode, I made full use of all the tools I had available in creative mode. Block swapping, the top of this tower, I call this the Hamra section. The top of this tower is actually based on a real tower in Dubai called, I think it's called the Red Hamra Tower. That may not be right, but it's weird because there's nothing red about the tower. But what it is it's a center rectangular structure surrounded by this kind of asymmetrical sheath, which in the real tower is actually part of the structure. It's the rooms of the floors of the building are in the sheath. In my design, I couldn't make the sheath make sense that way. So my sheath ended up being just more of a decorative thing. But there's bone blocks in here. Remember my skeleton farm? When I first put the bone blocks in, I wasn't sure I liked them. So I kept doing palette swapping with creative mode. I kept trying different colors or different blocks to see if I liked something better than I liked the bone blocks. And I used creative mode to do that so that I could, again, visually see what I wanted that to look like. And in the end, I ended up liking the bone blocks the most. I didn't find any other type of block that made me happier. So, but yeah, Kat, it's a great tool. The 2 mods that I am heavily utilizing are the Litematica mod and the replay mod. And the replay mod I'm using to every time I build on the weekend, because of the size of the build, it makes sense to me to record it in replay mod and then build time lapses. So those of you who followed my YouTube channel, all of my replays are very short. I'm still a new streamer, new content creator, so my videos are 1 to 3 minutes at most. I want to basically put out content that people can consume in a short amount of time. So if you're interested and you want to catch some of my time lapses of how I got here, I have all the previous weekends of building saved as a time lapse, and those are posted on my YouTube. You'll see them as Nether base build 1 through 5, and they're 1 minute to 3 minutes basically. So swap the blocks. Yes, it is part of the fill command in creative. I don't have creative on, so I can't do that. I can't show you here. But part of the fill command, there's a replace clause near the end of it. So I'd have to I could show you on a command line that I had creative access to if you're still not 100% sure, but that's the key. So basically you're going to fill this area to this area with this block. And then if you say replacing, then instead of it filling the entire area with a giant rectangle of that block, it'll just replace the blocks that existed. So like in my case, I would fill this XYZ coordinate to this XYZ coordinate with orange concrete, replacing bone blocks. And it would just swap the bone blocks out and put orange concrete instead. And I go, oh, that's terrible, that's ugly. And then I'd swap it back, replacing bone blocks, or bone blocks replacing orange concrete. So that's the gist of it. And like I said, I'm happy to I could help you if you follow me on Twitter or send me a message on Twitch or whatever. I can help you further with that if that's not detailed enough information. But yeah, the fill command's great because you can do outlines. So if you need a big empty rectangular box, here we'll do a quickie deconstruct here. This entire center of this tower is a giant rectangular box. And so when I was sketching this out, this was probably a fill command. And one of the clauses besides replace is you can do an outline or hollow, one of the two. Both of them kind of do the same thing, I think. But you use one of those commands, and instead of it being a solid box, rectangular box, it would just fill the outsides of the box. And then I came in and on the outside of this, I added a bunch of detail. So interior, it's just a rectangle. But on the exterior, I built stuff on top of it so that it's not just a giant rectangle. So yeah. I hope so, Chef. I hope I'm treating your people right. Yeah, the fill XYZ air, that's fantastic for when you've made a terrible, horrible mistake. I use that many times. I built something up and it would just be so bad and so not usable that, yeah, I did a lot of fill airs just to erase the entire thing and start over. So, yeah, anyway, I do recommend if you're going to design something, especially something large, might as well do it in creative mode. And if you can do something like Litematica to bring the schematic over, why not? I mean, that just helps you out in the long run. There are some kind of cheaty elements of Litematica. There is everything from a pick block feature where you can click on the schematic and pick block it to a, I think you can just have the blocks automatically fill in. Like you can't do a print command unless you have creative mode. But you can like place blocks you don't have in your inventory. And for me, I was concerned enough about Litematica, like people thinking, oh, you're cheating or something, that I turned off all the little cheaty bits. So I have to have the inventory. I have to manage my own inventory. If it tells me I have to place a block in a spot, I have to place it. I have to select the block and pick it correctly and all that. And I do all that because just to maintain a sense of it's me building this, as opposed to me taking shortcuts, if that makes any sense. Right, you can pick block. The difference is that in a schematic, let's see. I don't know if you can see it on the screen because it's really small text, but on the top right of my screen, it says in the schematic that should be a polished blackstone brick slab. And I ended up, here, this is a better example. There we go. Polished blackstone slab, it should be a double slab. I decided I wanted there to be a honey block there after I built it. So it's red telling me that it's the wrong block. And if I try to pick block it, it's going to grab honey block because that's what's physically there. In Litematica, you can turn on the option to pick block the schematic block, which is a huge time saver. But like I said, it's a little cheaty to me. I'm mostly using Litematica, so that I don't have to have another instance of Minecraft running where I'm constantly looking at my main screen and then looking at my secondary screen and then looking back at my main screen to build it and looking back at the secondary screen. Like having the schematic in the world makes it possible to build this build because it's so large. It would be too much trying to use reference images or trying to refer to a build in another screen. This just makes it so much easier for me to build it. So turn that off too. You find it annoying. The pick block thing. I mean, it's super handy. Don't get me wrong. It's a great tool, but like I said, it does feel a little bit cheaty. Like if I weren't using Litematica, I would have to manage my own inventory. I just want Litematica specifically so that I can have the image of what I'm building in front of me instead of having to use a secondary screen. But oh, you turn pick block off normally? Is that what you're saying? may be misinterpreting what you're saying, but I think that's what you were implying. You want to be able to pick the block that's there as opposed to like the schematic block? Is that what you're saying? I do use pick block too while I'm building. It just, gotcha, okay, yeah. I do use pick block while I'm building. I just have to be aware of where the blocks exist, because I can pick block through the schematic and grab the actual blocks. I just have to pick an actual block that exists. I can't pick from the schematic. That's all. No, it's not a big deal. I do get slowed down sometimes in the detailed section of the build, whereas like where I have big giant rectangular sections like this, and it's the same block, I can just build. But then when I get to the more detailed sections, I get slowed down because I have to do the inventory management manually, but it's fine. I don't mind that. I feel like it's a fair trade-off. So, but yeah. Yeah, so anyway, that is what I'm doing here. I mean, basically I came in last August. I cleared out of the basalt delta. This was a complete basalt delta when I first got here. It looked an awful lot like this one over here, where there are elements of the basalt delta that went all the way down to like the lava and had the structure. But then in the back of it, it goes all the way up into where it joins the ceiling, right? And I thought originally I was going to build within the landscape that existed. And after a few sketches, I realized I couldn't wrap my head around it. So I decided instead that I needed to completely clear the basalt delta from top to the bottom. And then after I did that, then I set about removing the bedrock roof, which, as I said, this is survival Java. It is hard to remove bedrock, but not impossible. Thanks to the technical community, there's some great machines out there to help with that. Most of which, if you watch any of my YouTube videos, I link to the particular engines that I would use, or on Twitter. And then once I cleared the bedrock, I had to design this, which I did, and I had to push this wall back so that it had a little bit more room here on the outside. You guys want to see hacks? I love to show hacks. Let me put on... Here's a little bit of hacks for you. The only thing that's happening here is... Hold on, I gotta make sure the magnets don't sneak up on me because they like to. Is I have fire protection 4 on the helmet, fire protection 4 on my boots and my leggings. Other way around, but you got it. And then just protection 4 on my chest plate. Interestingly enough, your armor doesn't lose durability while taking damage in lava. I don't know if that's a bug, but I'm okay with it. I spent a lot of time in lava while I was clearing out the basalt delta. Once I got down to the lava lake level, which is where I'm at right now, I actually would swim. I'd go into the lava lake and fill it in with gravel to remove it. Because being on the surface where the magma cubes was spawning was intolerable after a little bit. So it probably is a bug, if we're being honest. But like I said, I'm not complaining about this particular bug. It feels like it should lose durability while you're standing in lava. But it doesn't. The durability that you see there is because of previous damage. You can see I'm not losing any durability. And then the items that are fully repaired stay repaired. A lot of this is coming from, I have 9 beacons, and the beacons all have regen, and they have resistance. And the resistance is actually a huge part of it. The resistance is helping profoundly. I lose saturation while I'm in the lava, but as long as I eat a golden carrot once every couple of minutes, I'm good. But that's how I survived in this delta. That's how I built all this, was those discoveries. I never had a lava death while I was building. I had a couple of deaths where something else killed me and my stuff fell into the lava. But me personally, I never had a lava death while building. Boop, boop. Sorry, I got stuck. There you are. Shortcut. How long did it take to remove bedrock, Mabel? About 2 months it took. I actually did stream once back in the beginning of the year. and I have I don't know if it's still out there or not, but I streamed for about 8 hours. During that 8 hours, I removed about 3,000 pieces of bedrock manually. And that's when I realized that I had to find machines to help me do it. And so after that, I went on a deep dive for bedrock removal machines in the technical community. And I started finding some spectacular machines. I mean, these are things that are way beyond my technical ability to construct. I can barely understand them, frankly. It takes me a week to like break down the build and like into its pieces and completely understand it. But it was a full 2 months. So beginning of January to about the end of February. And again, I have some YouTube videos documenting some of the bedrock breaking. I have one longer form video that showed like the very last layer of the bedrock ceiling, which is mostly little fringe pieces. And then I come in at the very end and break the rest of it manually, like the pieces that the machine couldn't reach. But then I also had some other stuff I posted on Twitter that was bigger chunks of the bedrock, like higher layers up or whatever. But anyway, the Mechanist server, there's a guy named Desktop Folder and a guy named Zyor. And those were the machines that really got the work done. Like I found some machines that were fairly early on. Suji Pama was one, and then I can't think of the other name for the life of me, but there's some like early post Dragon Egg bedrock breakers that were pretty good when I first got started. But the one by Desktop Folder changed it for me. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate you checking out my YouTube. Thank you. Sorry. I apologize too. That I realize that there's a little bit of a weird disconnect because people are like jumping on YouTube and then their names are not the same as they are on Twitch. So thank you for checking that out. Again, my videos are short. I keep them short because I want people to sit and enjoy them. I don't want them to sit through a full 30-minute video. Someday I'll do a 30-minute video, but I'm not there yet. So most of my videos are demonstrative videos or something, or meant to be fun or entertaining. My name is the same. Yeah, you can find my link. It's on my Twitch page, but it's Griffin Prime on YouTube as well. Actually, you can't find me by my name on YouTube. Scratch that. I'm not popular enough on YouTube that I have a vanity name. I still have the weird combination of letters and numbers. But you can find the link. Yeah, I know. It's because I stream to both Twitch and YouTube. I'm probably going to shut down my YouTube stream here. I can't stream to both as I understand it if I'm a Twitch affiliate, which I'm knocking on the door of right now. And I don't get that much traffic on YouTube. I've had a total of, I think, 3 followers in a full month and a half on YouTube. So I'm probably going to shut down my YouTube streaming. I do like streaming to it just because I don't have to upload my replay video later. It just is automatically on YouTube. But anyway, whatever. Yeah. But Chef, you can find my YouTube on my Twitch. There's a link in my Twitch description somewhere. So, but yeah, bedrock breaking machines were fun. I hats off to the technical community because I understand the mechanics of bedrock breaking. I can do it manually, quote unquote. Like I know how to build the little contraption with the 2 TNT to break the bedrock, and I'm very comfortable with that mechanism. And again, how the mechanics of it work, but the machines themselves are a whole nother level. It's mostly the complex slimestone that trips me up. I'm not a great mechanical engineer, and some of those machines are just so complex in how they work. I understand the mechanics of what they're doing, but like the actual structure of the machine, the timing of the machine, I can build a basic slime block sweeper, but that's about the extent of my mechanical ability at the moment. So hats off to the technical community, because I couldn't have done the bedrock breaking. It was going to take me roughly 5 months and more TNT than I think I probably could have come up with. Thank you, Chef. Appreciate it. Probably more TNT than I could have come up with. Although now I have... Thank you. I probably have too much gunpowder now, because I was collecting gunpowder in the hopes that, or in the assumption I'd need the TNT, which I don't. I have this box of TNT here, and I have 2 more shulker boxes of TNT at home, and I have about 18 double chests of gunpowder. So, yeah. Someday I'm going to have a lot of fun with TNT. Yeah, your alt account too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I don't even remember what it said, Kat, so it doesn't matter. We're all moving along with that. But yeah, I have, like I said, I do restream. I restream to YouTube as well. And unfortunately, only recently discovered that means if people do go follow my YouTube, it shows them subscribing while they're following me. It's like, oh, well, you know, that's cool. Welcome. I'm glad to have the lurk. Absolutely glad to have the lurk. You guys are, it's been a great day today. My viewer count is humming, and I feel pretty confident that affiliate is right around the corner now. So. Oh, that's fine. If you said that before and I missed it, I apologize. Elytra collector? No, I haven't seen that. Thank you, Chef. Back at you, my friend. I'm looking forward to our future, by the way, Mr. Chef. I think we're gonna have fun. No, I have not seen an Elytra collector. I am imagining that it flies around the end. And does some sort of a world eater on end cities, and then pulls the elytra out of it. Much shenanigans, yes. Without knowing the machine you're talking about, Uncle Mabel, that's my guess as to what that machine might be. It's some sort of a variant of a world eater that goes through, looks for end cities, and then pulls an elytra out of it. No, I don't think you can post a link, but I'll take a look for it. I followed Ray's works in the past, so I'll go take a look and see if I can find it. I collect elytras the old-fashioned way, which is to say, once I get one elytra, then I use that elytra to go collect more elytras, because the first one's painful, but the remaining ones are much easier once you actually have an elytra. I do a lot of things in this game. Like the first time I do it the hard way. My first wither is always the hard way. After that, I will cheese the crap out of the wither fight from that point on, because I already beat one legitimately, thus proving I can do it. And then the rest of them get stuck in bedrock. And I have no shame about that, because, you know, sometimes you just got to get the thing done. And I have a total of 27 beacons in this neck of the woods. So actually have... Oops. I swapped out my elytra. Good thing I'm not high in the air. Oh, you're so cute. I don't like mega cubes. Yeah, it is. You're right. But I appreciate that's, again, one of those things about the technical community is I appreciate that people are into the game that far. Even if I won't necessarily do it myself, I just love that stuff's possible. Speaking of withers, this is one of the few things left while I was working on my a lot of the area that I had is like my pre-staging area when I was digging out this basalt delta has been replaced with air. But this structure still exists. This is my wither grinder. I've seen a lot of YouTubers talk about they just use the end portal because Mojang changed Bedrock generation, so all the spots that people knew to use Bedrock to kill the wither are gone or got changed. I know enough about the mechanics that I just go find my own spot. And this spot's a little dangerous because this hole right here he might be able to get a wither skull down, but as long as I stay on this side, I'm fine. This is my grinder. This is where I got all of my magma creams. This is where I got all my wither kills in for my beacons. I have my nether farm is impossibly far away, but I basically took a nether farm and I flattened most of it to the ground, and I just put slabs down or nether blocks down. And so it's just a giant respawn farm. You run from one end to the other to respawn. And if wither skeletons show up, you kill them. And then you run back and forth. And you continually clear the mob cap in the hopes that they'll regenerate wither skeletons. So, yeah, it's super easy. But you got to do that. Like I said, I have, in my overworld, I have the spot that I killed the original wither the first time. But at some point, you're like, I'm good. The neighborhood around me is interesting. I mean, some of it's artificial because I got rid of basalt, but yeah. Anyway, so I am going to go back to my building, but because of what I'm doing is not terribly creative, I did all the creative work, so more than happy to continue to chat with anybody who wants to chat. Anyone has questions about anything I'm doing. Did I turn? I did turn. I got replay mod back on, so that's good. I have a lot of time-lapse material to produce this week. So, again, I'll have a YouTube video out sometime during the week. I don't know if Chef told you guys, but coming up soon, Chef and I are going to be involved in a new SMP that's starting up. That'll be sometime after 117 comes out. And so my current plan is this spot on Sundays, I'm going to be streaming the new SMP. So be on the lookout because you'll get to see Chef and I play together. Along with a bunch of other really cool people who I have recently gotten to know, and I'm so excited about this new thing. But then on Saturdays, I'm going to continue to work on this build. So I'm going to try to divide up my time. I'm also going to try and find some other days of the week I can stream, but right now weekends work best for me. So that's my current plan. I'm a multitasking god, indeed. I mean, that's kind of... I think most of us are doing more than one project, so, you know, we're all going to have to be a little bit of multitasking here. Coming up soon. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this new experience. I just think that this particular group of people has been incredibly supportive, but also a lot of fun. Do I have enough to make this? I probably do. We'll find out. Got called back to the modded scene. So what kind of modded do you play? I don't play modded. With the exception of the mods that I have added to vanilla, but I don't usually play modded Minecraft. Just me personally, I haven't been interested in modded Minecraft. I've seen a couple things that have been interesting enough, but for me, I enjoy the vanilla experience of Minecraft a lot. So, 2 servers of Bedrock Realm, and I'm going to start Java Realm. Yes, you are. That's true. I didn't realize you did 2 servers in Bedrock. I know you had played Bedrock, but I didn't realize you had 2 different servers in Bedrock. I know you're also relatively new to Java too, Chef. But like I said before, I'm sure that Lark and I would be happy to help you out with some of the weird mechanic differences. I think you're going to like Java. Now, I don't know what kind of a player you like to be, Chef, but I find the mechanics of Java make more sense to me. And of course, I'm used to Java, but like every time I've watched someone playing Bedrock, I can't wrap my head around some of the mechanics of Bedrock. Sometimes they seem easier, but sometimes they seem weirdly incomprehensible. Like some of the mob spawning rules. And it's been a little while, so some of them may have even changed recently, but I remember watching a guy trying to find wither skeletons in a nether fortress in Bedrock, and it actually boiled down to him having to find a different fortress because just we're not getting wither skeletons in that fortress anymore. And I don't remember what the rules were now, but it's something to do with the difference in Bedrock rules. But all right, I'm gonna catch up, Wario, on your thing. Uncle Jenny's. I'm not familiar with that mod pack, actually. I haven't heard of that one. What's the deal with that mod pack? Like what are some of the features of it? Oh, I apologize. If anyone gets modded, I'm still trying to dial in. Oh, hold on. I'm still I have Streamlabs on, and I'm still trying to dial in my Streamlabs, and I apologize if it is overly aggressive. If I'm being honest, prior to today, I needed it to be a little bit aggressive, because when you're a small streamer, sometimes it feels like you see more bots than you see regular people. So, but yeah, let me get some of you guys in so that Streamlabs won't harass you a little bit. So bear with me here while I do this. So apologize if it auto-mods you. Generic B, okay, I know, I'm very familiar with him. Open world kitchen sink. I know, Chef, I do. I have a mod, kind of. My friend Carrot will... I set him up as a mod. Actually, kind of drafted him into service because I was having a day where it felt like I had a trio of bots come in at the same time. So I modded him to help me out with that. And I just told him, look, I don't want to make you my mod, especially if you don't want to be my mod. But if you can help when you're here, which usually he was. But yeah, I'll get there. I'm not even affiliate yet, my friend. One step at a time. One step at a time. But yeah, I'm trying to add some of the regulars in so that they don't get hit by the auto mod. It's cool. Super, I do appreciate that thought. I figure I'll find the right people to help mod at some point, especially when I get to a true point where I really need it. Right now, as a small streamer, I can flex my own banhammer. The only challenge I have is I have auto mods on, and the auto mods are a little bit overly aggressive. But I'll get those dialed in a little bit better too. The chat helps me because the chat will highlight, ooh, there's a weakness there, or it's too aggressive there, or whatever it is. So, but yeah, I think I have. Oh, missed one. Sorry. Yeah. think that'll be good for now. And then I have a few more to catch up on later. So sorry about that, guys. I'm adding exceptions to my mod list. So you guys all seem trustworthy enough that I don't have to worry about you abusing the channel. But yeah. Wari, I do appreciate the offer. I will find the right people. I definitely don't want to ask anyone to overextend themselves. Me personally, I am not a mod. I've been following streamers for a better part of like 2.5 years now, and I consciously try to stay out of modding just because I have very little patience for online nonsense. And I've seen people who handle situations much more even-handedly and nicer than I would. And so I've kind of come to the determination that if you want a no-tolerance mod, I'm all over it. I mean, I'll ban someone just because they walked in the door and said the wrong kind of boo. But that's not necessarily what streamers always want. So yeah, I try not to. I don't know that my primary instincts are good for that. That lark is a ferocious bird. That is true. I was watching Chef and Lark specifically. You guys might know her too, but I was watching Elaine's stream last night, and Elaine didn't have a mod for the first half of her stream. And as we all know, sometimes being a woman online is not fun. But man, she was just handling it. I nothing but respect for her, because the people who needed to be removed were removed quickly and quietly, and the people who were on the bubble, she was just very polite with people and very professional. And like I said, I was in awe of it. And eventually she does have a mod, and one of her mods chimed in later, but yeah. It's kind of a master class in how to handle internet people. Yeah, I'm nice to a fault at times. I'm very patient, understanding in the real world. Not so much on the online. So yeah, I have a tendency to, like I said, the second someone comes, my channel here has a no tolerance policy. If you walk in the door and you just think you're funny and you post something that's inappropriate, you're gone. I don't care. I don't care if you're the greatest person once everyone gets to know you. There are just certain things that are off color and unnecessary. I mean, I don't mind someone coming in and making a joke, but if the first thing that they do is come in and make an off-color joke or insult, then I don't usually give them a chance to be redeemed. It's the internet. I have a much lower threshold for the internet. If you and I were face to face, totally different story, but you know. Yeah, it's a learning curve. That's true. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, Wario. Apologize too, because I know you were here earlier, and I don't know if you saw the tour or missed the tour. If you have any questions about it, I'm going to assume you saw it, and if you have any questions about it, or want to see something, please let me know. Since you came in earlier, I kind of assume you saw it, but then again, you might have stepped away for a second. So, what did I do? Oh, I brought it all the way down. Yeah, I mean, I think some people go for shock value, and I'm not into that. I'm like, start being a decent human being. When you get to know people, if you want to go a little dark, I'm probably more receptive to it, but not when you first walk into a room. But sometimes people want that attention. Yeah. Oh, I agree with that. And like I said, for the most part, from watching other streamers, or more importantly, watching their mods, there's probably a more even-handed way of dealing with it. I mean, some people are obvious. But I also have seen a couple of people who came in as a quasi-troll, but they get handled the right way and they get turned around, and all of a sudden they're a good member of that community. And that's the part where I feel like I would not necessarily give someone a chance to do that. But, you know, as you say, it's a learning curve. So that's why I don't volunteer to mod. I'm more than happy to be a consumer in someone's stream. I'm more than happy to cheer them on. I'm more than happy to enjoy their community. But I've pinched hit once or twice as a mod when someone was desperate or something, but yeah. Yeah, you gotta get to know them, Chef. You gotta get to know, like, and some of it is just observing how the streams run and how they themselves handle trolls that come in, you know. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, they're Carrot, welcome in, my friend. Thank you for the host. Noob was in earlier, said that you were making good progress on the creeper farm. Gonna have to tell me about it, my friend. I'm sorry I didn't make it into your stream before I started streaming today, but unfortunately I came home late and I only had about 20 minutes before my stream time, and all of a sudden I was like cramming to get everything ready and going, and I wanted to try to stop in, and then next thing I knew, it's like I have literally 2 minutes to stop in before I'm going to have to leave. So it's an adventure. I'm looking forward to your stream on Monday because I want to see how it went. Yeah, it's been good today. It's been a good day today. But yeah, I'm looking forward. Noob said that there was some challenges with the water, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what you came up with. By the way, everybody, I need to get my shout out system in place, and I'm terrible about that, but my friend Casual Carrot MC here, oh, I realized I gave the wrong name earlier. Darn it. Oops. Carrot is a streamer. He is a vegan, and he runs a vegan rule set on his own single player world. It's a really interesting modification of the game rules, because being a vegan takes out a lot of the way that you get food, and a lot of the way you get certain supplies. And it's just a really interesting way to play the game. So if you guys are interested in that, please give him a follow. I really enjoy being in his streams, partially because of the rules changes, but also partially just because he's entertaining. He is more of a builder, more of a creative than I am, and I've had the pleasure of helping him through a few live redstone builds on his channel, which is a lot of fun to do too. But yeah, please drop him a follow. He's been great. He's been very supportive, but moreover, like I said, he's just a lot of fun. So he is very carrot themed. You will find lots of carrots on the Casual Carrot channel. It's not really all that casual of carroting, if we're being honest. It's really very non-casual carroting. It's rather aggressive carroting, you might say. I knew I was going to miss that. Trying to thread a needle. And look, it's one of my friends. It's one of my friends. Hi, friend. How are you? Come on. Get it through your head that you want to chase me. Come on, hurry up. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Look, there's a gap. Can you make it? Oh, you didn't make the gap. That's okay. All right. There we go. They are kind of cute in a derpy way. They're like the nasty older brother of the slime, because they're a lot more dangerous than the slime are. This build, Mabel, this build is 100% spawn proof, just not while I'm building it. That's the problem. So like that area right there normally would be covered by lava, and I haven't finished building it. These are kind of the outer fountains. And usually when I build, I leave a half slab. So you'll find like when I get to the top of this structure, I leave it as a half slab so it's unspawnable. But when the build is complete, it is 100% unspawnable. Everything is built at a half slab height, or is a wall or a transparent block or some other non-spawnable block. But like you see here, I'm leaving these all at half block so that they can't be spawned on, except for these, which are walls. So yeah, that is a hard learned lesson on my part, especially because in my area, because there's not a lot of spawning spaces, they don't take a whole lot of provocation to spawn here. All my shulkers are up on the wall because they'll spawn in the middle of my shulker boxes. So yeah, I've learned which blocks are spawnable, which ones aren't. Like for instance, slime blocks, which is a bug, I'm pretty sure, are spawnable. Honey blocks are not. So like you'll see, I have the honey blocks down there. That was an attempt to keep them from spawning where there would normally be hole blocks. Let's see what I have here. Here's a little demonstration of this area. I gotta be careful I don't crash and burn. Again, slime blocks, in my opinion, should be unspawnable. I think they once were. I think there's a bug. Honestly, this is a much bigger platform than I even need to make. This is overkill. This platform does not need to be this big. Do. Oh, just a baby one this time. There we go. Here they come. Here are my friends. This is a demonstration of the last 6... Oh, no. That was awesome. Last time I did that, I did not get the magma or the ghast. That was a new one. So yeah, as you can see, this base has to be non-spawnable because this is a little ridiculous. Yeah. So yeah, it is pretty much spawn proof. Just there are reasons why they will occasionally spawn. Hold on, let me clear this out too. The big ones do a lot of damage too, by the way. If you have an elytra on, the big ones are a threat. The medium ones are too if they swarm you. But the big ones are a legitimate threat if you don't have a chest plate on. All it takes is a couple of those to make you super unhappy. You know what? Here. You're not even good enough to be hit with a sword. I'm gonna hit you with a block. Here. One more. Anyway, so yeah. Thus ends that demonstration. Also, don't need that. Definitely don't... Oops, don't need that. And I will take that, though. Alright, did you really... That's funny. Yeah, that's one of the things I've learned here. I got an okay supply of gas tiers. I have more at home. I mean, that's not my full supply. That's just what I've collected probably in the last 3 months, but I don't need magma creams anymore. I have more magma creams than I know what to do with, so I don't even bother collecting those. I And I don't use fire resistance potions that often. And I don't need to make that many magma blocks. So it was a super effective demonstration. Yeah, it is, Wario. It is for sure a bug. I'm pretty sure I'm on the bug on Mojang's bug tracker about slimes spawning. It was something that they changed at some point where slimes didn't, and then all of a sudden they did. And they just haven't fixed it since, but whatever. So that's actually why I use honey blocks a lot now, because I use them as scaffolding blocks. Ooh, did not make... Oh, I don't need to be up here anyway. I need to be down here. I used to use slimes as slime blocks as scaffolding blocks before scaffolding was a thing, because they're handbrake and because I could get a lot of them. But I actually use honey blocks for a lot of scaffolding now, because I have jump boost too, so I can jump up a honey block. Plus you can use the trick where you jump to the, if you go to the edge of the block, you mitigate the effect of the block. Yeah, so honey has kind of replaced slime for me a little bit, not completely, but a little bit. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. And like I said, the big ones, man, a few big ones and you're in trouble. Especially if they flank you, because they'll bump you into each other. It's one thing if you can hold your ground, but it's another thing when they start ramming into you and you get knocked back, and then all of a sudden you're knocked back into another one. And they do, with missing a chest plate, they do a chunk of damage. So I think 3 good magma cube hits, big ones, will probably take you out. The little ones, the medium-sized ones, they can be a bit of a bounce danger, but usually you're okay by that point. And if I had my full armor on, I wouldn't have worried about it as much. But with an elytra on, the elytra takes away a lot of your armor points. But yeah, and to be honest with you, the magma cubes are, it's almost more of an amusing thing to me than anything. Is that an actual? Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. You know, I mean, I don't need to fight them anymore, especially in the kinds of quantities that I've had to fight them in. As spawnable space in the Nether got reduced, as I was digging out this biome, the few places that were left were overrun with magma cubes, which is why, like I said, I discovered I could slip into the lava lake itself, because being under the lava lake was peaceful, except for the persistent fire damage sound. But it was easier to be in the lava lake than it was to be on the surface trying to fill in the lava lake with gravel. I just go underneath it, go inside of it, and fill it in from the bottom. And then all of a sudden it was like no big deal. Pretty sure that's a block. And then this one. The Wario, do you stream this mod pack? Is that what your streams are? Because I'd be kind of curious to check it out, especially if it's something Generic B has been involved in. I've seen him streaming lately. He's been streaming some janky, I don't even remember the name of the pack, but some janky pack that he found on a CD that was for sale where he lives. Totally illegal, pirated, but there are a bunch of weird janky mods, but there's this one mod that he's been actually playing on Twitch. That's kind of interesting. It's all good. All good. What time are we at, by the way? I gotta check my time real quick. I get in the middle of streaming and it gets fun, and then I lose track of time. Technically, I'm supposed to be done right about now, but I'm probably going to go for a little bit longer today. Appreciate you guys hanging. I mean, my view count today is at unseen heights. So I can't begin to thank everybody who's here lurking, everyone who's here chatting enough. This is by far my most successful stream. Again, I started at the beginning of May, or the end of April, beginning of May. And as usual, it's Aldi's community. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Ball Checker. Ball Checker, give me something redeeming, dude. Give me something redeeming so that I don't just automatically ban you. Okay? Let's try this again. Let's make an effort to be a good, decent human being. Let's try this again. Yeah. All right. That's fine. See, that was a great demonstration of I gave him a second. I gave him a try. I mean, what are you gonna do? I gave him a try. I even called him out, and I even gave him an extra little special attention. Whatever. As usual too, guys, if anyone is been on lurk or whatever, has missed any part of like any sort of world demo or down, what am I trying to say? What are the words I'm trying to find? Any sort of a look around, any sort of a tour, any sort of a, I don't know. There's a different word I was looking for, but that'll work. Yeah. If you have any questions about what you see, please let me know. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Uncle Mabel, as soon as I saw the name, I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. And in that particular case, the expectation matched the behavior. But then, like I said, per the conversation we were having earlier, I'm like, okay, well, but maybe he's just trying to be super funny. Maybe this is like how he gets attention at home. I don't know. You know? I actually saw someone, this is a true story. I saw someone who came into the stream one time when Carrot was with me and totally came in flaming right away. And I just banned them. I actually saw them in Carrot's stream the next day behaving themselves in Carrot's stream. And so like that's just another reminder that as much as a lot of times you have people who are just gross and profoundly troubled, sometimes you just have a human being who's just trying to find a way to connect, and they don't have the skills, they don't have the social skills to read a room before they burst in and say something stupid. And if you give them a chance, they can learn. But, you know, learn on someone else's channel. I know. I know. Anyway, like I said, it's more amusing to me than anything. I normally will just straight up report people. It just depends on what they do. I'm more inclined to report them if they do like the ASCII art thing. Or if they're just outright rude. That's not the word I'm looking for. Inappropriate. And my bar for inappropriateness is pretty high, so you have to try pretty hard to be inappropriate and offend me. But yeah, I also try to maintain other people's sense of decorum. I don't want to make someone else uncomfortable being in my stream. That's the second reference I've seen to that. I don't understand that. I haven't seen what you're talking about. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'd fall for that just because I have no idea what that's in reference to. Is there supposed to be something about that? Like, what's the actual, like, where's that go? Oh, that's fine. You don't have to. You could whisper it to me too if you really want to, but... Oh, wait a minute. I feel like I might actually know the answer to this. I feel like I may have seen this someplace else. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I have seen what you're talking about. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's the internet. What are you gonna do? I'm fully in favor of people exercising their rights to freedom and speaking their mind and all that, but I question the anonymity of the internet sometimes. Although the internet carries its own anonymity, even if you're your own name. So I don't know that that actually completely solves the problem, but whatever. I am definitely not going to solve the world's problems in my stream today. I am sure of that. So eventually these beacons, so the tower that you guys saw that the overworld portal is in, I actually was thinking of putting the beacons in them. The problem, as you can see, is that these outer beacons have a little bit of distance from the wall, but these beacons here are straight on top of the wall. And I tried to find a way to pull them out without losing any of the beacon effects. And I have a little bit of wiggle room. The beacons are close to each other within their own effect range, but not enough that I can completely move the beacons away from the wall and build a structure around them. So I might still try to design something to house the beacons, but I also may just sink the beacons into the lava ocean and be done with it. I'm honestly leaning towards that direction. Oh wait, this is supposed to be this. Oh, that's fine, because that's there. Okay. I knew I was going to run out of those. By the way, little tip. If, for whatever it's worth, something I discovered, I'm happy to pass along. So wall segments, if you put a block on top of them, right, they become a post, and it changes their the look of the wall. So if you like the smooth vertical wall, like the kind of vertical slab version of them, if you use glowstone as a whole block, it will cause them to have that little ripple. But if you use end rods, they don't. And so what I have in this build here is, instead of using glowstone for my lighting, which I actually use a lot of lighting in this build, the lighting really helps with the textures because it helps make certain things pop a little bit more. But the lighting doesn't cause that effect. So if you want to avoid it, you just need to use something that's not a full block. You probably use a lantern too, but anything that has a connected texture will cause that little buckling. Anyway, I thought that was interesting when I figured it out. Yeah, let's grab, I have a few more of these, so let's grab a couple more of those, and then I'm about to run out of these again, because why not? Right, the lanterns won't work for like the spot I just showed you. For example, I couldn't have put a lantern here without putting a full block above or below. But like a lantern on a chain won't do it, obviously. If I had the chains hanging down, they'd be fine. But yeah, originally in this design, I actually have glowstone. Oops, wrong thing. You can see there's glowstone through there. And that was kind of a before I realized the difference thing. And then ever since then, in places where I want that wall to be smooth, I just use these instead. And then I don't have to worry about it. Because it kind of bugged me for a long time where I wanted to have this kind of smooth wall texture. If I had the glowstone in there, it took away that smooth wall texture. But I really wanted the light behind because walls are one of the few things that'll let light shine through them. Ever since they made the lighting engine change to like half blocks and all that. So anyway, like I said, I thought it was interesting. So Uncle Mabel, tell me a little bit about you. I'm getting the feeling that you have done the Minecraft thing. So what's your experience with Minecraft? I do love these vertical spaces because it really shortens the build times. And see, look at these wall blocks. You know, they always talk about wanting to have a vertical slab, with the exception of the fact that you can't, it doesn't connect neatly with the stair blocks. And you can't decide where you want the slab to be, on the inner, the middle, or the outer of the wall. This is a pretty good vertical slab, in my opinion. I'm a fan. It almost does what you want vertical slabs to do. It's just a little bit not quite right. But I also get the feeling that Mojang has had plenty of opportunity to add vertical slabs to the game, and I think walls are as close as they ever feel like they want to come to it. Java mostly do technical. Cool. Are there any particular technical builders that you like to follow? And how long have you been playing? Oh, you just stream Hearthstone. Interesting. Okay. I did enjoy my dabble into Hearthstone. I didn't get too far into it because there's a much deeper game there than I wanted to sit and learn. It was fun, like when I first discovered it and first played it, but then I was coming across people who really understood the mechanics of it, and it was a deeper dive than I wanted to get into. I didn't want to have to build my own card packs. Since 1.12. Okay, so it's a little bit more recent. 1.12 is probably one of the last of what I would consider the old school Minecraft updates. I feel like once Update Aquatic came out and they hired all these new people and had these bigger teams, I feel like the updates have become huge deals. And I feel like 1.12 is on the bubble of that era. I mean, I don't know, for those of you who've been around Minecraft for a while, they had an entire update that came out that the big feature was horses. They added horses to the game. That was it. That was the big feature. That was worth a point update status. Horses. So they've definitely come a long way in terms of the immense value that they add every time they do a point release now in Minecraft. because horses. Go away. Just horses, yep. I mean, there were a handful of other blocks. They added leads and things like that too, but like the horses were the feature. That was the big advertised feature that they made videos about and everything. It's really funny. That was shortly after I started playing Minecraft that like they added horses to the game. And I remember how excited I was. I mean, horses were fun. Horses were a big deal in their way. But like I said, looking back on it now, it's actually kind of hilarious because it's so... It doesn't move the needle compared to the updates they've come out with since then. Starting with the aquatic update. I feel like it's a whole completely different world now. The World of Color update. That was like one of the bigger ones in terms of like the number of blocks that they added. That was a big deal though, because it was like all of a sudden you had these colors that you never had before. That also started the persistent call for concrete stairs and slabs. Because the second people started building with concrete, they're like, oh God, I wish this was a stair and a slab. Instead of a whole block. Yep, terracotta and concrete, yep. World of Color update. That was all the different colored stained glasses, and that was a good update. That it really was. I'm making a little bit of fun of it because, like I said, people have wanted to have variants of the colored blocks ever since, but at the same time, Minecraft was very drab prior to that update. Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm not making fun of it because I disagree with the position. I am fully in support. So this is something I come across all the time. When I go to build something, I feel like I'm always limited to the blocks that have the variants, the stairs and the slabs at least. Because when you get down to wanting to put any level of detail in, you need to have those blocks to do the detail, because you can do giant walls of concrete and have that color and that's fine, but you're going to have to trim it with a different type of block. So ultimately you're always drawn back to the same basic blocks that include those details, the stairs and the slabs and the walls. And having them available in the other colors or other textures, it just opens that up, that possibility up. I mean, it's all the different stones now. Oh wow, I'm burning through this stuff now pretty fast. It's all the different stones, including blackstone and quartzes, and then the woods, and then, you know, so your builds always end up having some of those elements in them. Yeah. I mean, I love blackstone, clearly. I'm very happy with blackstone, but part of that is because of the amount of extra variant blocks they gave us with it. Blackstone brick. Feel like I can get rid of... I don't know, maybe I have more brick than I do. I have too many brick. That's what it is. All right, problem solved. I have too many bricks, so I need to get more room for that. And we'll mark it. Love the shroom light. I do too. I'm actually using it a lot in this build. I think they always need more lighting and more lighting sources. Until they come to a time where they give us the light block in survival. They give us a way to make the light block happen in survival. We always need new light sources just because there's only but so many. And when you're doing any version of creative building, you're always kind of limited by the things that will stop the mobs from coming to get you. But I actually kind of worked. So once I get my lore going in this place, since I'm using, I don't know if I mentioned this even earlier. Part of my lore is going to be that they have this, the culture who built this has learned how to turn lava into a plasma, which I don't know if that's even scientifically possible. It should be. You can turn anything into plasma if you apply enough heat to it. But any event, they've turned lava into a plasma, and they're using the plasma energy to power these structures. And to that end, I have these lamps that I've established that are kind of a recent phenomenon. Like, they snuck into my build in the end, but like when I do interiors, I'll do more of them. But these are honey blocks with the shroom light behind them because of the orange color. I felt like the plasmified energy from the lava is going to be orange in color, and like these blocks were just perfect for it. Glowstone was too yellow, too dark, too dingy. So I'm kind of leaning into the shroom lights a little bit once I start getting my lighting going. I mean, basically my color for this build is black and white contrast, and then orange is my accent color because you can't see it here, but I have lava built into a lot of the different like walls, and I have lava like these are lava fountains. This is the bottom side of a lava fountain that comes off the side. So orange is kind of my accent color. I have lost track of where I was. I was over there, I think. Okay. Yeah, I know it's creative only right now. And to be honest with you, they may not add it to the game. But that would scratch a lot of people's itch for being able to add light without compromising the build. Like, that's the number one issue with doing creative builds, and that's why they did it in creative mode. But when you take that creative mindset to survival, it's still an issue. Being able to have your build look the way you want it to look without having to compromise it by building in, oh, I totally messed this up. All right, I'll fix it. It's fine. Without having to, cram in a bunch of light structures so that you don't get killed. I totally built this wrong. That's cool. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. The only problem with streaming, I love streaming this build because I love the opportunity to sit and chat with people while I do it. But when streamer brain takes over, I make all kinds of stupid mistakes. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Are you? Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that I got to the bottom accurately. Caves and Cliffs. Honestly, I'm most excited about the world gen changes. I am genuinely excited about the increased build height and the deep dark, I think is what they're calling it. I'm excited about the warden eventually, but I know, I'm just excited that the world's bigger than it once was. I love that there are negative Y numbers now. I love that build height is extended. That feels like such a big change for the game, especially if you've played it as long as I have and you're just used to the boundaries of the game. The world gen. Now, having said that, I realize that that's not what is happening in a couple of weeks. What's exciting about 117, which is not the question you asked, but I think it just has to be the amount of block variation that they're adding, the number of blocks, the different textures that they're adding, like more than any one single thing. It's that they're adding so many new blocks and so many new textures. And even without the increased world gen, I think exploring underground is going to be more interesting with like the new gold and iron veins, the geodes, the new ore distribution. I feel like all of that does make, I think ore distribution's not in this. The new ore distribution, I think, is not in this update. I think I could be wrong on that, but tinted glass. Yeah. There have been a number of times I wished I had tinted glass. So that's going to be one for technical builds, especially, that I feel like is going to be really useful. Being able to see in something without having the light affect it. I mean, just the mob cage that I've got underneath my base could benefit from having some tinted glass. I don't love that it's completely blacked out and that I can't see into it. I think it'd be much more interesting to see into it. So yeah, tinted glass is pretty good. That's actually pretty solid answer. Build a ton of mob farms. I mean, that's what it's going to be perfect for. That's really what it's going to be perfect for. Being able to peer into those farms without having to worry about the light level. As far as new mobs go, I love the goat. I love the idea of the goat. I love the implementation of the goat. I love the screaming goat. I love that they're adding just another stupid passive mob to the game that doesn't serve any actual purpose. Like the axolotls are being added. They're cute. They're derpy. That's a Minecraft thing. But they're being added to be cute and derpy, but also to add to your like ocean adventures, your ocean hunting, your guardian temple clearing. Like that's what the axolotls' existence is kind of for. But the goats are just another derpy mob, basically. And they have random derpy behaviors, and they don't serve a specific purpose. I mean, you can use them. They have some things that are usable about them, but I don't know. I love them so much. I will probably squee the first time I see a goat in the actual mountains. I want goats around. I want to have a whole bunch of goats nearby because I want one of them or two of them to be screaming goats, and I want to just laugh like an idiot every time one of them makes a noise. That is the mob that I'm truly excited about. And there'll probably be some farmable implications. You can probably use them in some weird random mob farm. They might even be entertaining. I've said before, I don't know if I said necessarily with like you guys here, but I don't necessarily care about efficiency in mob farms all the time. If you can get if you can get the blocks you need to get, the farm is efficient enough. And sometimes I feel like efficiency should make way for fun or something that fits in with your aesthetic or your design. And I think that having a mob-based goat farm, a goat-based mob farm, I think could be entertaining. Efficient? No. But watching the goats ram random things off of ledges, I think is going to be hilarious. Yeah, that's true. The armor stand thing would be kind of a cool feature. I voted for... What were the other choices? It was goats. It was frogs. I don't even. Oh, and isologers, who I've heard mispronounced in every number of way. But I believe they're isologers is the correct pronunciation. I voted for isologers. I wanted there to be another hostile pillager type mob, and I thought that those sounded the most interesting to me. Moo blooms. Oh, that's right. Moo blooms and squid. Oh, yeah. See, I'm forgetting glow squid. I knew there was another mob I wasn't remembering. I don't care about glow squid. They'll be cool. It'll be interesting. If the ink did more than make the signs glow, I think that would be better. But as it is, they're just a moody squid, and squids are almost completely useless. So yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't ever begrudge them adding new stuff to the game at all. I don't even care they added phantoms. I know phantoms are kind of everyone's favorite punching bag now, but I don't even mind phantoms. But yeah, I was an isolager person. I didn't care about moo blooms. I think my order of preference would have been isolager, squid, and then moo blooms. That said, if they came along and added moo blooms, I totally would utilize them. The glow item frame is nice. That is true. I think for me, the item frame is, I can kind of see use case for it, and at the same time, I don't completely see a use case for it. I suspect what will happen with the item frames is that I'll see a use for it later that I didn't think of, and I'll go, ooh, that's really cool. You know, it'll totally pay off the whole glowing item frame thing. I think the glowing signs is great, but I also think that that just solves a readability problem that the signs usually have. But yeah, I was a nice isolager. I just, like I said, another hostile mob. I likes the hostile mobs. I think in this SMP thing that Chef and I are going to be a part of, I think I'm going to resurrect an old idea that I've done before. I think I'm going to bring back my zoo. Because I'm going to be building up in the sky. And one more. Because I'm going to be building up in the sky, I feel like I'm going to be creating kind of a... I don't want to say post-apocalyptic environment, but a environment that has lost some of the trappings of the old world. And I feel like it's the kind of society where most of life has changed radically, and that they would have a reason to. I'm not going to be able to recover this, am I? Oh, I could actually. I can do this. That they would basically still have remnants of the old world around as examples of how it, quote unquote, used to be. So more of a futuristic society than post-apocalyptic. But I'm going to resurrect having a zoo, I think. I did this once a few versions ago, where I went and I caught all of the hostile mobs and brought them into my base, and I built a zoo around them, complete with like little tiny appropriate biomes for them. I think I want to do that idea again, but I'll also do it with passive mobs as well. So I'll have a wing for passive mobs and a wing for hostile mobs in like a zoo-like environment. I think that'll be fun. I've always enjoyed like the complexity of having to collect hostile mobs and deal with collecting hostile mobs. That's always something that's been fun. Okay, see, you may have just found the killer application for me, Uncle Mabel. Because honestly, I wasn't even thinking about that they would light maps, so you didn't have to do glowstone behind them, but that makes complete sense. Yeah, all right. There you go. Use it. You solved it. You found the killer app. The thing that I was missing. Now I'm excited about them. Because I love maps. Right. I agree with you on that. I don't know if you saw, I don't really point it out, but in my overworld in the starter base, I actually have a couple of maps up on the wall. One is of the base of the starter base, but then the other one is the village that my son reskinned. I love maps. I feel like that's one of my favorite features, to have like map rooms and stuff. In fact, I'm a little bit bummed because I'm in the Nether and there is no such thing in the Nether, because I would love to do that here, but whatever. But yeah. Haha. I didn't make the mistake this time. This time I remembered. So yeah, that is the killer app. You're absolutely right. That'll be awesome. Hey, hey guys, whoever happens to be in chat right now, and if you're just lurking, I love you and I appreciate you and I'm glad you're lurking, and keep lurking. But I'm just curious, quick raise of hands of anyone who is playing Minecraft while they are listening / half watching my stream. Because I have a theory that that's what most of us do. Most of us go into other people's streams, we watch them stream, and then we play Minecraft while we watch. I mean, yeah, same, Chaos. Oh, Doug, you're still here. Yes. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. This makes me extraordinarily happy. Oh, you're modding. You're busy working. Yeah, Ninja, I love before and after maps. We're talking about in this new SMP, we're talking about actually playing with a map mod. That's kind of like the mod sits in the corner and then you can zoom into it. And I've kind of mixed feelings about it because I've always kind of avoided map mods. They feel a little bit too not vanilla for me, just my personal taste. And at the same time, I'm kind of excited about it because I love the maps so much. They just help you visualize things. They help you see what you're doing in a different way. I love them. So yeah, I love map rooms. All right. Guess what, people? That's 4 walls. And now I just have little things and then bone blocks. This has been a super non-productive, productive stream. Mostly because of the verticality of it. Okay, so best kind of stream. Well, I mean, look, I'm profoundly grateful for the number of people who've been here and the number of people who've lurked and the number of people who've chatted. But it's distracting at times when you're trying to complete something where you're working on a build. But that's what I signed up for. Like I said, I started streaming explicitly because I wanted to show this build. But sometimes it's hard to, especially when I'm doing detail work, because the detail work is slow and grindy as it is. So when I have these big giant sections of the build that are just a vertical space, I love it. It just goes by fast. I don't think I'll replace that. I think I'll leave that. Part of the lore of this world with the whole plasma lava thing, I think, is I have a lot of lava falls that are like within the structure, within the walls of the structure. And I think that the lava falls are part of that whole lore, is that basically those lava falls have something to do with how they're collecting power from the lava itself. I think that's what I'm doing. I'm out of the game. Of course I am. Other things I need to get done in this world eventually. I want to expand. I have a basic nether wood farm that is really janky, really manual. It's great for collecting just the logs themselves, if you can call them logs. I know they're hyphae or something like that. They're great for collecting the logs themselves, but they're not great for anything else, including like shroom lights and that sort of thing. But I had some ideas of turning that into a little bit more of a... That's weird that I'm exactly out of that block. Sorry. Turning it into a little bit more of a automated farm with some, maybe some TNT dropping and maybe a little bit more space for the non-log blocks to grow like shroom lights. I tried to use that farm to get a bunch of shroom lights, and I realized after doing it for 30 minutes that it would be infinitely faster for me just to go to Warped or Crimson Forest and actually get the shroom lights straight out of the forest than it was for me to grow them. So that's part of the reason I came up with that whole, ooh, this would be a faster way of doing this. So eventually I will get around to that. I do want to return to the overworld and do some more stuff. I am not sure of the long-term plans of this build beyond this structure. I know I want to do this structure. I want to complete this structure. I want to actually move into this structure. Like this is intended to be a nether base. But like once 117 comes out, I will upgrade this world so I can get the new blocks. But I'm tempted to reset once 118 or 117B or whatever we're calling it comes out. They are, because they're such a unique tree in the way that they grow. I feel like if you guys are Hermitcraft fans, which I feel like most of us are, but obviously not everyone is. Tango had an interesting design for his, and I think Etho had a really interesting design that I really liked. It kind of overcame a lot of the issues with some of the other designs. So I kind of want to go back and revisit that again and just rewrap my head around like some of the things that he was doing to collect the other blocks and all that. My understanding is if you set those farms up right, the amount of bone meal you produce from the various things that drop from those trees can be enough to power the farm indefinitely, which is unusual for tree farms because usually you don't get enough out of a tree farm with the leaves or whatever to power the tree farm. You always have to supplement your bone meal. But Ethos was the problem with Etho is because of the way Etho plays, you have to watch his Hermitcraft videos, and they're kind of buried. Like I don't remember the last time Etho made like a build video. It's been a while. So you just have to happen to come across in one of his regular videos where he's done something like that. So, but yeah, his was interesting. Basically, his had kind of assuming the way that they grow and what blocks they will replace and what blocks they won't replace. He had it kind of like it grows up from the bottom with a bunch of hoppers at the base. And then he can drop TNT down and the hoppers are able to collect most of the drops pretty well. So anyway, like I said, I just want to improve it. I've used a lot. I have a little bit of plans for crimson wood in this build. Besides the orange, the only other like kind of color texture I used was in the walls. I use, oh, you can't even see them from here. There you go. I have a little bit of the crimson wood because I like the kind of veiny pulsing texture that's in it. And I have that in the tops of these towers that I'm working on. There's a section of that. But I have enough wood for that. I don't need more of it. But I found that that wood has been easier for me to farm to make chests or whatever other generic wood things you need, sticks or whatever. So Raceworks did. I have to keep an eye out for that. Double check my subscription. I feel like maybe I'm not subscribed to Raceworks because you've mentioned two different things that I haven't seen. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'm not subscribed to Raceworks anymore. I was, I know. And I'm starting to wonder. The Elytra one's new. I'm fairly current on my YouTube videos right now. I don't have any saved that I want to watch, which is what I usually do if I come across something like, ooh, I'm interested in this. I have a playlist that I save them to. But I'm current on that list, and I feel like I'm pretty up to date. So I think I've just straight up missed whatever that video is with the Elytra. So I'm definitely going to need to go looking for that. And like I said, while I'm there, I'll double check that I'm not, if I'm not subscribed to his channel anymore. My Twitch viewer account, man. I don't know what to make of it. Either I have a bunch of new people in and they're just being quiet, or Twitch just can't count consistently. I don't know which. Could be both. All right, where's the other spot where I didn't finish? It's over there. I almost made it, but I fell. It's fine. All right, here we go. Here is some, hopefully, pro flying on display. Let us see what happens here. Oh, no, I missed it. Try two. Here we go. I'm going to be it. Slow down, bleed some speed. Boom! First try. Actually, second try. I still feel like that's respectable. Okay. All right. All right. I need to go grab some bone blocks. And I have a lot of exterior to build and some funky interior, which I may leave. I may leave the interior. We'll see. Actually, interesting question. Yeah, no, that's there. And that's there. And that's there. Interesting. All right. All right. I thought I was missing something, but I'm not. Trust the schematic, as my friend Carrot says. Trust the schematic. Yeah, I think I'm good with honey blocks for a little bit. Honey blocks are kind of my trash block at this point. If I need to fill in space, I want it to be unspawnable. Rather than using like stone to fill in, I'll put a honey block because the honey block's not spawnable. And honestly, I have a lot of honey blocks, so I don't care anymore. It's kind of my trash block right now. Bone blocks I need. Bone blocks were in... There they are. All right, let's see how much that gets me through. Okay. I also don't know how far down it goes. So let me look at that. Perfect. Looks like it's right there. Shoe, I'll need one of these, one of these, one of these, one of these, and then bone blocks and lava. Wait a minute. No. Oh yeah, this is the lava block. That's right. Okay. Sorry. Talking to myself. And then it should be stairs. at some point. No? Are the stairs? Oh, the stairs on the outside. All right. It's fine. It's cool. I designed this. I swear, I just don't remember it. $800,000 blocks, and I remember a few of them. Bone blocks are the best. I love the sound. Someday I want Mojang to reveal how that sound was made. It'd be cool if they did it in one of their little, like, how we make Minecraft videos. All right, what time is it? Maybe. That's a solid answer. That's a solid answer. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot that there's one here too. Blech. The honey block sound is great too. Oh, these are spawnable. Not for long. You did. You definitely did. Like I said, one of my favorite sounds in the game. It's actually funny because anyone who's seen my world tour, my overworld tour, knows that I have a skeleton farm. And I totally was telling myself, ooh, I want bone blocks. I'm going to build with bone blocks in the nether when I build my nether base. And this is about the extent of it. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of bone blocks by virtue of there being 4 walls and 4 towers, but I didn't use nearly as much bone block as I was sure I was going to end up using. Again, bone block, whole block, no details. Not a whole lot you can do with it. It's just a block. I do too. I do too. That's what we were just talking about. It's a great sound. One of the best new sounds in the game. The bone block. The honey sounds are pretty good too. I do like the honey squishy sounds. They might be a little ASMR-ish for some people, but I'm okay with them. Oops, rip. That does not go there. All right. Unspawnable. I will say, interestingly enough, about the bone blocks is they really do go very well with the blackstone blocks because of the color shift into gray, especially around the edges of it, and the kind of weird, I don't know, kind of cream colored overall color. It does look really nice with the blackstone. Yeah, they improved the nether brick sound. That got better from what it used to be. I'm gonna run out of honey blocks, actually, interestingly enough. These are giant lava falls. I have bone blocks on the outside of it, which are kind of visible through a wall. It's so funny because I have bone blocks throughout this build, but the bone blocks, because of the brightness of the contrast, I hide so much of the bone block behind other things. Because it was so jarring to have it just exposed. So it's almost always behind another block. Wow, I went through all of that. I was not expecting that. Okay, good to know. Stocking up on honey blocks and bone blocks. right now. That'll be enough for that. Blackstone, deep slate, bone. Blackstone, deep slate, and bone. That is actually an interesting. I'm a little mixed on the deep slate texture. I gotta be honest. I don't love it. I feel like I see what they were going for, but I don't know. It's such a heavy texture. I think I need to see some more builds with deep slate built into it. I don't see it yet. It's just such a dark texture. It's such a distinct texture that I have a hard time seeing how it kind of works in with the existing blocks. I'm sure that it does. I am not an expert on block design or any of that. It's like the whole item frame earlier. It's like, I'm sure I'm missing something. I just haven't seen. I've watched the snapshot videos, but I haven't played it. And I haven't watched other people play it. So my knowledge of 117 is just strictly what they've revealed in the snapshot videos. So there's a lot of things about the new features that I'm not necessarily seeing the full impact of. So that's actually one of the things. That's kind of one of the ways I keep it fresh for myself, even as much as I want to see the snapshot videos so I can see what's coming. I don't consume everything, so I'm still a little bit of a blank slate when it comes to actually playing with the new blocks. Oops, rip. I was not on target. Bubbles did a lot of gradient vid. I don't know who Bubbles is, Uncle Mabel. Grian did a gradient vid not that long ago. Also. Couple weeks? Oh, that Bubbles. Duh. Okay. Gotcha. I wasn't thinking of Corrales' nickname. Yeah. Well, BOO is the one, at least in my knowledge, he's kind of the one who, I don't want to say invented it, but he's definitely made high use of it. I mean, he may not have invented it, but I feel like he's one of the pioneers of it, at least. So yeah, I'm really fascinated by the gradient thing. I do feel a little bit like it's going to be one of those things that I'm going to be sick of in about 6 months because it's becoming a build trick. A lot of people are going to utilize it and it's going to get overused like every other build trick. And I'm eventually going to be over it. But maybe I'll have built something using it at some point before then. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah. I always look at B-dubs as I want to nab any and all of his ideas when it comes to building, because I mean the dude made a diorite castle look good. And I don't hate diorite, but I'm kind of with a lot of people that feel like diorite's not as nice a looking a block as it could be. But he made a diorite castle look good. I mean, how do you do that? That's a talent. I know. How could you not? Iskall hated himself a little bit for liking it, but he liked it. I mean, it was great. It was just so well done. Yeah, I really have come to enjoy B-dubs as he's come back to Hermitcraft. When I first met him on Hermitcraft, I mean, not in real life, I hadn't been watching him prior to, and I didn't really like fully get his personality or his shenanigans. And he was part of the NHO back in that storyline. So he was kind of off on his own with Doc and Etho and a bunch of guys I didn't really know that well. I knew of Etho mostly by reputation, but when they all left, it was like, oh, well, okay. I guess I don't have to watch those videos. But ever since B-dubs has come back, he's one of my favorite hermits to watch. Both because of his content and his personality, but also because he's just so freaking talented. That castle he built in the last season up on the hill, I mean, good Lord. That was just such a gorgeous structure. Such a gorgeous structure. It's people like that. So I've self-labeled myself many times as I'm a technical player. But watching people like that is a large part of the reason why I built this thing. Because I know there's a natural ability there, but I also know that some of it is just putting in the hours of work. And me working on this, me building this is my attempt to start putting in the hours of work. So that I'm not constantly self-limiting myself by saying I'm just a technical player. Because I do think that that is just me self-limiting. And I know a couple of people have been very kind to joke about me saying that I'm not a builder, that I'm just a technical player, and I appreciate that, because that is definitely what I'm going for with this. The whole point of this build for me is to prove to myself that I can do it. And to play with bone blocks, because they're so damn entertaining to build with. Yep, that is exactly what it's about for me. It's all about the growing part of it. And basically, a couple years ago, Minecraft became my primary creative outlet. And like the other creative outlets I've had in my life over time, I always kind of sought to push myself into that a little harder, a little deeper. Well, I'm looking forward to this time lapse. This is going to be a good time lapse. To restate, just in case I have new people, because I know I have a lot of people who've been here for a little bit, a lot of people lurking, but just in case I have any newbies who are lurking, been quiet. So this whole base is getting recorded in replay mod. I've got 5 videos already up on my YouTube channel that show a time lapse of the previous stages of the build. Basically, whatever I get done in the weekend gets boiled down to a time lapse. My time lapse videos are always very short. I keep them under 5 minutes, 100%. I try to keep them between minute 30 and 3 minutes. Just depends on how complex the build is. But I intend for them to be easily consumable for anyone who's just curious about this build or about my progress or whatever. I think he was stuck, this ghast. Anyway, so yeah. So when I'm done, I will take these clips and I will add them to a new replay mod video sometime during this week as well. So if you guys are interested in that, I encourage, like I said, I keep my videos short because I want them to be consumable. obviously you looking at them helps me as a creator, just because you view them, but also if you enjoy them, if you gain something from looking at them, even if it's just a deeper interest in making your own time-lapse mods, or I'm sorry, your own time-lapse videos, I'm all for it. So, you know, by all means. Learning replay mod has been quite an interesting challenge for me. I'm not normally a video person. And replay mod is a definite skill. Carrot, is there any chance you're still here lurking, my friend? It's cool if you're not. This really isn't important. But just for continuity's sake, I feel like I should at least tell you. I'll fix that. I'll do that in a second. Do this side, and I'll do this side. It's fine. Carrot is probably lurking, but I know that he also tends to go out and spend time with his doggo. And Mrs. Carrot about this time of night, so. All right, he's not here. Just gonna let him know that I'm running out of bone blocks again. Because I've insisted to him so many times. I really didn't use that many bone blocks. I really am not going to need that many bone blocks. And this will be the second time that I've run out of bone blocks. And he should know my shame. Because he's been there for all the other moments of me saying, I won't need any more bone blocks. I really don't use that many. The wall design that's surrounding the build. Oh, the Coliseum-esque walls? Thanks, man. You know, I said before, I'm not good at visualizing things. But that definitely was one of those times where I had like a very clear idea, if not the vision of it. I had a very clear idea of what I wanted the outside wall to look like. And that was just a case of going in and figuring out like how to make the arches look good, how to vary up the blocks. So yeah, I appreciate that. The upper floor is a little different than the lower floors. On purpose, I kind of wanted a way to know that I was on the upper floor most distinctly. So, all right, 100% ran out of bone blocks. Wasn't planning on going back to the overworld to get bone blocks, and yet here we are. Here we are. All right, what have I got? Should I keep this? Should I take it? Out. Always the big dilemma here for me. Because putting them away is a pain. But carting them around is a pain. You know what, too? I could probably use this time to make some more blocks. And let me check this here. Alright, let's just drop off the rest of this into there. Reconfigure myself a little bit. I assume everybody has a default hotbar, right? Everyone's got their default hotbar. Mine, this is always mine. Unless I have a trident, I'll replace the trident with a bow so that when you drop the trident or when you throw it, it comes back to that slot. But yeah. Gotta have a default hotbar. It's like it's essential functioning. I don't know if that stop recording is going to help me at all. Probably not. Probably not. Get shot by a skeleton flying by that mountain. Same. If I'm out digging, if I'm adventuring, one of these hotbar slots is a torch. One of these hotbar slots is a bucket. One of these hotbar slots is a shovel. Sometimes an axe, but it just depends on what I'm doing. But yeah, I only usually have like 2 slots that are straight up open. I have a buildable block. Like if you need to stop up a lava flow all of a sudden. But yeah, it's definitely the same on that. This is where I need more. This may have been a mistake. Wait, what? Oh, that's weird. I didn't think I actually had. Oh, okay. I probably just didn't put it away. It'll be fine. Bone block. I honestly probably need more bone blocks in this, but it's fine. Whatever. Oh, there's my sponges. I knew I had them somewhere. I am in the overworld again, by the way. If anyone missed my overworld tour, I think everyone was here, but just in case, if anyone missed it and they're interested in my overworld, I can give them the full nickel tour or just the penny tour. Mostly technical builds, so if you're not a technical person, they're not always the most exciting thing. If you are a technical person, they might be more interested. You know what? Okay, you know what? Actually, while I'm here, I need to make use of this. Because I have put this off for too long. Put that away for now. That should be fine. Alright, let's go repair some elytra, shall we? It's nighttime, isn't it? Darn it. Let's take care of that. Let's take care of the nighttime thing real quick. I usually have torches in the offhand if I'm adventuring. It depends though. Sometimes I do shield early game. Once I get golden carrots and I'm fairly kitted up, I usually keep golden carrots in my offhand. Because I like the quick regeneration of health. I feel like I am actually low on pumpkin or melons finally. I have a whole chest. It's fine. And one more of these. I am still alive. Yeah, I'm running. I tend to run long, Misty. I set a reasonable schedule, and then I ignore it. So, welcome. Or welcome back. Or welcome back from lurking. Whichever the above applies to you. My long stream times have actually been an impediment to me. I've just realized recently in the whole... I need to put this in my actual hand, otherwise they're not doing me any good. In my whole becoming an affiliate thing. But as I've said before, I would be playing this game anyway. So I feel like if I'm going to be playing and I'm going to be building the Nether base, I might as well stream it. Especially because when I first started, I wasn't worried about affiliate. I'm a little bit more concerned about it now, but for reasons, but yeah. All right. And then, because I'm not quite full, unfortunately, the design of my trading hall has one major flaw in it, and it's that I can't get all of the XP. So I just have to sneak down here for these guys and grab the rest of it. It's fine. 3 elytras, back to spec. Let's put on the original set. Okay. Yeah, I know. And to be honest with you, everyone I've spoken to, from Aldi to just about everyone else, has said the exact same thing. And again, I'm not overly concerned about it. It was really one of those things that when I first started, I figured I was so far away from even being concerned about it, that I didn't spend any time fussing about it. But then I realized that I was closer than I thought I was going to be, a little quicker than I thought I was going to be. And then all of a sudden I was like, a lot of it came down to wanting to honor the people who are making the effort to help. I know that there's a lot of people who are watching and camping here in an effort to help that be a thing, and I really want to honor that by trying to get myself over that last hump, you know. No one's asking me to do that. I'm just asking myself to do that. So, yeah. And I need more rockets, because why not? Should I refill? No, I'm good. I got lots of type 3s, and I have a decent number of type 4, type 1s. Okay, I feel like I should go ahead and grab a little bit more bone blocks before I head back, just because I didn't bring really enough shulkers to do this. That is a lot of it. It's like I enjoy streaming. I really genuinely do. It's a lot of fun to me for a multitude of reasons. That was rude. Just hanging out on my doorstep waiting for me to walk out like paparazzi. So yeah, so like I said, if I'm going to be sitting here playing and I'm going to be building the thing that I started streaming for in the first place, then I might as well go ahead and keep streaming it. So, all right, bone blocks acquired. Feeling good, feeling good. I do say I love how much of this base. Let me do. How this space appears above the bedrock, like when you come through that portal, and just the amount of it that's peeking up above the actual bedrock. I kind of dig it. Well, I didn't design it with that in mind, but once I became aware of that as being a thing, I've been kind of like, ooh, I kind of like that. Boop. I don't know why I didn't bring this shulker with me. Seems kind of stupid, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Where are we at, Misty? If you don't mind sharing, because I don't want you to reveal anything. Where are we at on your clock at this point? I feel like we're entering some strange hours for you, possibly. Don't you even hecking worry about it. Hello, Mr. Carrot. Welcome back, my friend. Carrot, you missed it. Okay, yeah. So we're getting into the late night for you. Oh, an early bedtimer. That's unusual for a Minecrafter. Usually we're late people. Carrot, you weren't here actively, but
I ran out of bone blocks again.
so that's the thing. Yeah, again. Because really, I'm not using that many bone blocks in this build. So really, I didn't need that many. I didn't need that many bone blocks. Because I'm really not using that many. Because, yeah, I know, it's fine. For the record, I am sharing my shame with you. I'm making a public accounting of my shame so that you may ridicule me properly for my transgressions. It's fine. That sounds good to me. That sounds good to me, Uncle Mabel. I appreciate you. Appreciate the chat. Appreciate the hang. Appreciate the Minecraft. Hope to see you around these parts again. So, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you for making this so much fun today. I've had a blast streaming again today. And it's people like all you guys who come in and enjoy what I'm doing and hang out and chat Minecraft. And it's awesome. So thank you. I will be live for sure next Saturday. I tend to stream literally all day Saturday. So feel free to pop in whenever. I'm going to try and stream during the week, but I don't have anything scheduled. So we'll just say Saturday and Sunday are my next scheduled days. And if I pop in another day, then hopefully you're around. I mean, that's pretty solid, Misty. That's a pretty good solid amount of time. I don't envy your time zone or your not your time zone, your early hours, but I've been there. My time zone, I'm Pacific time zone. So, I start at 10 a.m. on Saturday, Pacific daylight time, and then Sunday is 1 p.m. Pacific daylight time. So I'm guessing if it's getting late for you, Uncle Mabel, that you might be more of the European variety. On Saturday, yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern time, correct. I guess it depends on how late. Like if it's misty late, then it's not as... then it's earlier than some people's lates. I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Oh, okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for hanging super, super late with me. I appreciate that. Although, like I said, we all, a lot of us Minecrafting people seem to keep pretty late hours. That seems to be kind of standard for us as a type. Obviously going to be exceptions, but I'm in a weird position because I'm one of the few people who seems to be on the West Coast, so I tend to be late for most people or super early for some people. So, you also, Wario? You're also in that part of the world? Oh, more of Misty's part of the world? Okay, yeah. So you're a little closer to Misty's part of the world. The boot heel. Well, welcome. Welcome, Missouri. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate you hanging. Actually, I'm going to... Oh, jeez. How does time fly like that? You own that part of the world. Well, I mean, I've identified that part of the world as your part of the world. So, yes, clearly. Thank you, Uncle Mabel. Thank you so much for hanging. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it so much. I mean, honestly, Misty, recent events have elevated you a little bit in terms of the people that I know, for reasons that you and I both know, having to do with future projects. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's all yours over there now. I'll take all this over here. You take all that over there. Although I know you have to divide it with a couple of people. I'm not sure who. I kind of lost track of who was where. I know Elaine's in Australia. But I kind of lost track of where everyone was. I have to go back and review that thread to see what everyone posted for their time zone. All right, do I need this? No, I really just need bone blocks right now. So let's just stick to the bone blocks. Yeah. That is a little rough. That is a little rough. I mean, I respect that you persevere. That you know that's just a thing, and you persevere through that. I appreciate that. I appreciate your fortitude. Okay, that does go halfway up. All right, so I'll get to that in a second. Not everybody can push through that debilitating circumstance. Poor Mike. I don't know that I know Mike well enough to really bash on him too much, or not bash on him. Not seriously. I know we have to wait. I know that we are uncertain of timetables for Mojang reasons, for life reasons, but I am so freaking excited to get started that it's really hard to not have like an idea of when that's going to happen. No, I know it's not. I'd say the same if he's here. It'd be more fun if he was here. Because Mike is cool like that. But yeah. I have so many ideas, and I want to see what everyone else is doing. Hey, Misty, when are you streaming next, by the way? I don't think I've caught your stream yet. That's fair. Tomorrow, okay. What time? What's your normal streaming hours? I have a real life job, and I try to keep my work hours free of distractions. But sometimes I find very good reasons to distract myself, and if you're streaming during my working hours, that might be a good reason for me to distract myself. Oh, that's right, early. Okay. That's your time, I assume, right? 9 a.m. your time? There it is, right there. Oh, that's right. I remember that. That's still very much up in the air for you. Yeah, if anyone is here and they're listening actively, please follow Misty. I need to be better about this part of things. I need to get a shout out command in my commands list. But please follow Misty. So we don't have a lot of the stuff up yet. We are missing lots of pieces, promotional pieces still that we're all actively working on. But it's not like we're keeping it a secret either. There's just nothing to point to. But a lot of the people who've been in the stream tonight, or at least earlier today, might be lurking still, including Misty and myself, Chef, who a lot of you came in on. We're all going to be starting a brand new SMP together once 117 comes out, and once we have a chance to get the pieces in place for 117 server, we're all going to be streaming a new SMP together. So if we're being weird or cagey about things like that, that's what that story is. That's what that is about. A lot of us know each other through specific person in the community. And so some of us are just now getting to meet each other, basically, like, seeing each other's streams for the first time and just getting to know each other. But we're, at least from what I've heard, we're all really excited. Like, this is a fun group of people. This is a cool group of people to play with. And it's genuinely like being a kid and Christmas is coming and you just can't wait until... That's right. You just can't wait until you get to open those presents. Like, that's all your life is right now, is like, oh, I want to open my presents. So like, we're all kind of sitting around, like, biding time before we all get to open our present and play together and, experience the game together. So anyway, so please, by all means, please follow any number of these people. I mean, I encourage you, we're all small streamers in streams like this. So I encourage you to check out people and just see if they're streaming. Give them a follow, check them out, It's hard because there's a lot of content out there and there's a lot of people to watch. And I get that a lot. But even if you just stop in and say hi and spend a little bit of time there, I know as a streamer that that's appreciated. So if it weren't for streaming, we'd just be at home playing by ourselves. So, for streaming, it means obviously we want someone to kind of share the experience with. It's like December 7th, and you start putting up decorations and making lists and cookies and going shopping. Yep. That is exactly like it's like. With the one exception of it being that Christmas is not December 25th. We don't know when Christmas is. It's vaguely around December 25th, but that date's not certain. So you're doing everything in anticipation of what that date might actually end up being. That's a random day of the week, that's true. But yeah, so anyway. And I've said this before. I don't remember if I said it earlier in the stream or not, but I still will continue this build. I am super motivated by this build. So my current plan will be on Saturdays, I'll work on this. And then Sundays, once we start the new SMP, I'll start doing the new SMP on Sundays. And I'm going to see how much of this I can get done before that starts, because I do anticipate once the new SMP starts, this will go slower. So I'm really hoping to get a huge chunk of this done before that starts so that I can move this project at a slower pace. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm actually making pretty good progress on these outer towers. They're going a little faster than the center tower did because they're just a little less detailed. So that's kind of random. Does that ever work out against you, Wario, that your birthday is so close to Christmas? Or does that usually work out okay for you? Same question to you then, Misty. Do you get to fully enjoy Christmas, or is the birthday kind of tap into that a little bit? Oh, wow, you too? Good Lord. How many Sagittarians do we have here? That's right? It's Sagittarian? Yeah, because Capricorn's the end of the month and Scorpio's before that. So yeah, Sagittarians. All of them? That would actually be funny if everyone here is a Sagittarian. I am not. I'm not a Sagittarian. In fact, my birthday is coming up shortly. So I get to enjoy a full 6 months between my birthday and Christmas. That's good. I'm glad. My mom's birthday was literally the day after Christmas, and it always sucked for her because she's mom. You know, the kids didn't have a lot of money, so it's not like we could spoil her on both days. So she got one or the other, basically. People give me joint Christmas gifts, and it's rude to throw the gifts back at people. It's frustrating. It is a little rude to throw gifts back at people. That is true. Yes. I get that. Totally. Honestly, Missy, that's exactly why I asked that question, because I know that I have a number of family whose birthdays are close to Christmas, and it's always a little bit of a rip because it's like you don't get fully one thing or the other. You don't get fully your birthday, or you don't get fully one Christmas. You're like, people have limited resources and they can't like fully celebrate both. So yeah, that's why I asked the question. Well, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. We're going to have to try fix that this year, Misty. I do like your attitude, though, that Christmas doesn't start until after your birthday. I don't think the world sees it quite that way, but I've been in a caroling group a time or two in my life, and I can fully assure you that people do not wait till December 7th to celebrate Christmas. I'm not still in the caroling group, but it felt like every year we did it, people were wanting to start earlier and earlier in November. And it wasn't our choice. We were just getting booked. It's not like we were pushing for it. You have someone who says, hey, I'm going to pay you a couple $100 to come sing the second weekend of November. You're like, it feels early, but okay. As long as people aren't going to egg us because we're out singing Christmas carols and it's not even Thanksgiving, we'll go for it. Became an adult, Mom, like we can celebrate your half birthday. Mom, I'm like, Mom, I'm grown now. Just send me money and give me a cake. That's fair. But only Mom gets to get away with that, right? You're letting Mom have a pass. But anyone else has to honor the birthday, I'm guessing. Work at retail, my boss taught me how to change the radio. Do you ever get pushback on that, Misty? Do you ever get people vegan flax egg at you? That's fair, Carrot. That probably cleans up easier than eggs, so I don't know that that's as much of a punishment, but okay. Maybe it doesn't. Misty, do you ever get flack for not having Christmas music on? You ever get people like, where's the Christmas music? Oh, that's weird. I must have that remapped. It's pretty sticky. All right, I'll take your word for it. I know what flax is like. I just don't know how flax becomes a vegan egg substitute. But I'll take your word for it. You know, it's casual, Carrot. I feel like you're like the one person who will know this. What's incomprehensible to me is the texture of chia seeds, not chia seeds. I don't understand it. I don't know. Radio Wars, yeah, I would imagine. Tablespoons of water, teaspoon of ground flax. Okay. Does that just work for baking, by the way, or can you get away with anything else with that? Well, they're small, and they're also, I mean, at least any variation of chia seed I've ever had is that they're wet and they're slimy. But slimy doesn't feel like it's like enough of a description of it. It's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Chia. When someone complained we didn't have Christmas on the 24th of December because the radio is broken. Oh, okay. Well, earlier in the year, people get inundated with Christmas music usually. And like a lot of people tolerate it, like starting from after Thanksgiving through the end of the year. But I'm sure if they go into one store that on December 6th is still not playing Christmas music, they're probably chill with it. Probably. Interesting. I'm definitely way out of my raw food game, Carrot. I know some of the tricks that we use for like raw. Boy, I can't. Like the various like fake cheeses and things like that. But yeah, I'm way out of that, so I don't know a lot of probably tricks that they've come up with since then, to be honest with you. So, Nooch is your best friend? Nooch? I don't know. I get Nooch. All right, so that is lava in the middle of these. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, we've definitely used that once or twice during that time. Cheesy powder flakes. Yeah, we did a lot of nut cheeses. That was the most common one. By the way, I saw a nut cheese at Coachella once, and they were great. Sorry. Anyway, telling my own jokes. Anyway, great popcorn topping roast of dietary preference. Oh, like a well, cheesy powder flakes. So like a cheesy flavor. That's interesting. We do, yeah. That's probably the most for like raw vegan things in our stores. That's probably the most common is nut cheeses. Cashew is very common for that. Like I think I told you once before, like one other thing I used to love was the fake cheesecakes. I think those were cashew cheese, if I remember correctly. Probably not in the States. I have friends with a girl who started a cashew cheese company called Nuts for Cheese. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, cashews are great. They're so creamy. They work really well with that. Sorry, Misty. I mentioned earlier, maybe you weren't here. Carrot is another Minecraft streamer. I highly recommend you follow him, by the way. He's been a great friend and a great support. He streams a vegan world. So it's his own Minecraft single player, but he is vegan and he places the restriction on himself in Minecraft to play the game as vegan as possible. So that's kind of part of where this conversation is coming from. So if you're interested in that, I highly recommend you follow. It's just fun, and the vegan thing is interesting on top of it. So, but yeah, I ate raw for about 6 months of my life, and it was really interesting and really informative, and probably really healthy. But in the end, I honestly felt like I was missing too much food. And I felt hungry most of the time. So I felt like I was borderline starving myself. I lost a ton of weight, maybe an unhealthy amount of weight, but I don't know. It felt good. Felt like I looked good, but yeah, whatever. I am, alas, Carrot, I am a carnivore. I'm an omnivore. I try to be more omnivore than carnivore these days, but these things happen. All right. It's time. That's all lava, and then an exterior, and then an interior. Okay, how close am I on this floor here? What time is it? Anyway. Checking. Okay. I'm up a level and there's a floor. Oh, that's so tempting. Go up, get the floor, and then I can come down and fill in the exterior that I'm missing. Feel like that might be a good way to do this. Oops. And then interiors I'm not going to worry about. And oh, you know what? Do this. I keep doing that. Wrong way. There we go. Oh, that's right. I can't see anything because there's a wall in front. And I can't see anything out here because there's a wall out here too. So yeah. Yeah, so I have to do it one block at a time. That's fine. I'll do that. Sometimes tech issues drive you crazy. I mean, I work in tech and I feel that statement. On the download, you're getting an error? Are you sure that the site's working? Because my immediate thought is that the site is not functioning, so the download's failing. Okay, so that just keeps the lava outside of the wall, and then it's open. Actually, interesting that it's open the rest of the way, kind of. Yeah, which shaders, by the way, are you talking about? Because if I have it, I don't mind sharing it with you. Might be able to share it through Discord. BSLs. I can give you the version I have. I think they're the more recent version of them. Hold on, let me take a quick pick. Do you happen to know from the site which version you were using offhand? Or, I'm sorry, what version you were downloading? Because I have version 7.1.05. They're from June of last year, so. So if that's kind of recent. Oh, 8. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. If you want me to send these to you, let me know. I'll send them over to you. We'll just send them through Discord. It's not very large. I could even email them. It's 4K, but 400K. But mine are older than that. So if you want to get the newer versions, then and just wait to see if the site comes up, then do that. But if you want the older version, I'll ship them over to you. Just let me know. At some point, I'm going to have to figure out the whole Redshift thing that Aldi did. I will do that. I kind of wanted to try the BSL shaders, but the last time I went to shaders is when my Minecraft screen broke, so I kind of don't want to also. Oh, it's not a stress. Not even slightly. Here, hold on. It's probably a 2-second thing, to be honest with you. I just have to find my Discord window. Are we... I know we're on... Doot. Okay, I just sent you a friend request. And then... Oop. Okay, there it goes. So you should have that. We are officially friends. We are officially Discord friends. Which, at least in my world, has replaced Facebook friends for actual friends. Because I'm over Facebook myself, so. To me, if we're Discord friends now, it means we're actual friends. You know, it's so weird. I think there's a disconnect between Streamlabs and the Restream chat. Oh, Misty. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, Misty. I'm just realizing that Twitch has been abusing you mightily, or actually, really, Streamlabs has been abusing you mightily this whole time. Let me fix this. This is actually ridiculous. I need to get my auto mod stuff under control. Okay, you're added as a regular now, Misty. So. You should bypass all those weird Streamlabs things that were happening. If you were even seeing them, I'm not sure. I have Restream.io chat up on my screen, so I've been seeing everything you're posting, but Streamlabs has been eviscerating your posts. And I'm not for good reasons either. It's like making stuff up about you. Yep, you can post caps again. You can post everything again. I usually don't look at my Twitch. I usually look at the Restream chat. And Restream chat was fine with everything you posted, but Streamlabs was going to town on your posts. That's a bit much. It dinged you for spamming symbols. You didn't spam any symbols. It dinged you for caps when you didn't have any caps. I mean, it's actually a little ridiculous, but whatever. Anyway, there you go. You're all set. I gotta get my auto mod stuff under control. At some point, I'll need to worry about mods, but like I said earlier, I'm still small enough that I feel like it's unnecessary. But the Streamlabs chatbot is aggressive. The good news is I haven't seen any of those big follows posts today, so I think it's finally working on that at least. But. All right, here we go. Let's double check all this. Make sure I didn't do anything wrong. It looks good. And then I've got a floor. Ah, that's beautiful. I mean, it's possible. I updated all of my mods the other day because I was a few months behind on everything. Like Optifine was warning me every time I booted about being behind. But I hadn't checked anything even else. And I was like 2 or 3 versions behind on all of my mods. So I downloaded them all and I saved all the old ones just in case it went badly. But fortunately, it went okay. Why is this wall so much shorter than the other ones? I don't know. Because I built it wrong. That's how. That's why. I mean, that's the answer. Because I was a doofus and I built it wrong. But I don't want that to be full. Half block, half block, half block, half block. Cool. All right. So yeah, I think I want to push this floor all the way up, and then I think I want to work on the... I keep jumping on that spot. I gotta stop that. That is a little ridiculous. So, Carrot, are you done with the creeper farm, or they all came to your stream? Oh no! Did you get a lot of bots today, Carrot? I had a couple of ne'er-do-wells that got banned earlier today. But I specifically the big follows post that I've gotten every single day I've streamed, I haven't gotten that today. So I think I finally got that dialed in, so that's eliminated. Oh no. 2 big follows. Wow. You must be coming up in the world if you got 2 big follows posts in one day. I only ever got 1 and I streamed for like 12 hours. So ridiculous. I don't understand spam. I really don't. I suppose that people fall for it. I suppose that people genuinely click on those kinds of things, but at the same time, I've never been one of those people, so I just don't get it. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying, did you finish your creeper farm, or is it still are there still pieces? Like when I catch your stream, am I going to see a functioning farm, or are you still going to be working on it next time? 1 level functioning. And here's the thing. Oh, wait a minute. You're doing multiple levels, which means you're going to need more than 1 cat, and you only had 2. Well, I mean, if that's the way it has to be. Oh, you got 2 more. Awesome. Or were they in your base? After you got the 1 cat 3,000 blocks away, have you found them all in your base now? Oh, okay. You found them elsewhere. I mean, if you have to do another carrot, I still think that the creeper carrot, the carrot creeper, I don't know. There's some alliteration in there that works better, but I feel like the creeper carrot has to be a thing. I did suggest that last time. Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm glad you found some. Also glad you were able to procure them, because obviously that was a bit of a struggle last time. So. I'm sorry, I'm smiling. I want to see I'm looking forward to seeing the creeper farm in action. All right, I am out of those, so I should make more before I get too much farther here, because I'm actually going to need those. Welcome to Crafting Blocks with Griffin Prime. It's hard to count when your inventory is full. You know what? Make my life a little easier. There we go. Okay, so I need 8 more. Or, idea, let's just use even numbers, shall we? Okay. I suppose I'm fortunate that I haven't had to do this before this moment. And I'm grateful that the stonecutter makes this relatively trivial. Nothing special yet, but we're going to leave that lore room at the bottom. And we're going to have museum exhibition observation deck. Glass windows looking in. Interesting. Oh, hey, Carrot. Now that you mentioned observation windows, because you do need your lighting to be at a proper level for creeper generation. But I know you were on the fence about the whole 117 thing. But I was just reminded earlier today that tinted glass is a thing in 117. So with tinted glass, you're able to put glass in that will not pass light. So that's going to make a big difference on mob farms. Like the one you're making. You'll be able to put glass up and still see into it, but light won't go through, so you won't be bleeding light into the farm. This is a thought. Train to a giant creeper carrot thing. Well, okay, look. I feel a little responsible for that. And yet, I mean, it's your stream. You're the one that's making the decisions, even if they're my suggestions some of the time. I mean, a creeper carrot just feels like it has to be a thing. I'm really curious about an orange creeper. Whether that's just the face or what, but I feel like I need to see an orange creeper in my life. And creeper farms are not simple builds. I mean, they can be relatively simple depending on the mechanism you use, but they're usually not one of the lower tier builds as far as that goes. So you were signing up for quite a project the second you said, oh, I should go get cats. Oh, wait a minute. I can't fish. This is a vegan world. But I really want to see. I want to see your solution for like the water and how you set up the drop chambers and all that. Grian made a super janky gunpowder farm in the Third Life game that they're all playing. And even as super janky as it was effective enough to get him plenty of gunpowder. So I have pretty good confidence that your gunpowder farm is going to be a good return on your investment in time for your rocket habit. Obviously, again, it's a 117 thing, not a 116 thing. So you're gonna have to upgrade to 117. But the answer to that question, I'm actually not sure. I don't remember what the recipe was. Glass plus ink? No, because that makes black glass. So it's probably glass plus one of the new blocks. Could be glass plus like the geode crystal, maybe? Ooh, I think that might be it. I think it might be glass plus the geode crystal. Yeah, I think that might be it. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like it is one of the new blocks that they used. Well, it's a geode crystal, so if it is, then you're golden. Yeah, there you go. Amethyst shards. So yeah, you just have to generate 117 chunks in your world so that you get geodes and then go dig for them. Which will just be more stream shenanigans, really. All right. I know that I've blown through every time thing. All right. Hey guys, I love you all so much. I am going to shut this down a little early tonight just because I have a lot of things I want to try and fix. And I feel like this is a great time to go ahead and close it down. Roughly 2 hours past what my normal stream time was. So I kept setting like later times in my head for like, oh, I'm going to shut down at this time, and then I'd blow through that time. But since it's just past 7 o'clock my time, I feel like that's a good time to shut down and let everyone who's lurking go about their lives. So again, all of you who are here, all of you who are lurking, all of you who have been here who are not here to hear this, I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being here. It's such a joy. It's such a joy to do this. It's such a joy to have people. Misty, it was great to hang out with you. Looking so forward to our future stuff. I'm so excited about it. Doug, thank you so much. Chaos Ninja. Wario, thank you guys. Oh, I love that you guys are chiming in here. Please feel free to come back. Again, I'm going to be grinding this build out here for a little bit. Always happy to chat. Always happy to talk Minecraft. Always happy to talk other things. Thank you, Misty. I love these icons, by the way. I assume they're yours. I really love these. I'm going to have to subscribe just so I can get your icons. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for helping lift up a new streamer. It means so much to me. I feel fairly confident that after this stream that I'm going to be really close to affiliate, if not past it. And once some of my old stuff that I had one person watching falls off, I think that will be there. So thank you for your efforts, guys. Oh, are they? Okay. I'll have to track them down. The blue kitty is adorable specifically. I'm a cat person. We have a cat here. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I love you. I appreciate you. And I hope that you guys will come back. Right now I stream on weekends, Saturdays, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And then usually till about 4, but I usually go late. And then Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So thank you guys. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you hopefully soon. Thank you. I have a cool credits screen. Watch.